Excellent. We have returned. So, we did miss last Thursday. I wasn't feeling quite well, so we did miss a stream, which means that this is our first stream since last Tuesday. And since last Tuesday, we have not advanced this character at all. So if you were here a week ago, you know exactly where we left off. If you were not here a week ago, we had just finished Wayloon, and we had just gotten enough points to have an actual heal that can heal us for a decent amount, instead of our tiny little heroic leveling doesn't scale with anything, shadows cannot exist without light. So we should have a good bit more solo survivability going on today, which will be great. Now we're going to go check with our various saga givers to see what we need. I believe we need 1 or 2 out of Stormhorns, and we need all of High Road, if I recall correctly. But let's just double check that. Alright, we need, yeah, Tracker's Trap, and all of the High Road. That's odd. Normally, Discord turns that stuff off automatically when it sees that OBS is open. Oh well. Alright, once again, High Road. Okay, that one's complete. And High Road plus Belly. Okay. So, what are we gonna do first? We're gonna do High Road because it's blocking a lot of sagas. Actually, wait, we're 26. We should be swapping weapons. Probably. I don't know if I still have it pulled out and available. But I have an Epic Elemental Bloom, which should be a large upgrade over the Oaken Staff. I just don't know where it is. Not there. Alright. No, it's not that important that I'm gonna spend the time to actually go off onto mules right now. If we were jumping into, like, we'll say legendary quests, then yeah, I definitely want it to make my life easier. But as it stands, I'm not too concerned. Oh wait, we should probably check if there's already a group doing these. Nope, nope, just legendary quests and slayers, I guess? I think we'll start on R2, just see how that goes. And maybe scale things up a bit if we feel like we want to. Alright, quick 2000 XP. Now, the game would thank you. And of course, if anyone is at these levels to run with, we are on Cannith, and the party is open. But if not, we'll be soloing. Or, you know, other random people not from stream will join in, which is fine too. We'll go to Sunstance, actually. And let's see. What buffs do we have, even? We just have our Death Ward Clicky. And Trance. And Shout.
The cabin is empty. There is a note on the table before.
Shout that heals us for a lot of our health bar.
I know you're not looking forward to escorting me.
And because it's been a week, we get to try to remember all of our keybinds, because Monk has a lot of keybinds.
Help me deal with this loathsome creature. He must have been summoned when I crumpled the scroll fragment by accident.
Okay. go.
Oh, I will have to be more careful with the scroll, especially if we are attacked during our journey. It could summon more demons if the scroll is disturbed again.
So this is a quest that you can't really just, like, not kill people, because he'll get stuck fighting them.
Even though you were late, we still beat the Netherese head. We should have they are unprepared. Don't get too excited.
Alright. Do we have to jump for this? Yes, we do. Excellent. So if you didn't know that shortcut, now you do. It's super handy. And he will eventually leash to us. Hopefully. He should, at least.
You hear that? Sounds like someone stirred up an ornery dire bear. Something tells
there he goes.
me the Netherese didn't
Successfully
educate
leashed.
their eye of muscle without
Now, we do have the rather broken attack that we're using, which is Quick Cutter. It's just the best by far. It's probably going to get nerfed, or maybe other things will get buffed to bring them up to that level.
Don't be fooled by her cheerful demeanor. This
I don't really want to walk forward because, one, it takes me out of my cauldron, and two, there are traps here, and I don't want to be next to them.
This confirms what I expected. There's an elite mercenary team the Netherese
At
sent
least,
after the scroll. Allow me to
excuse me.
stress how
Now that I'm well
badly
into epics,
the Netherese must want what we have.
I was like, wait, why aren't I attacking? And the answer was, I got hit with a trap slow, and basically, if you're hit with a trap slow, it doesn't feel like you're attacking at all. So, that's unfortunate, but, you know, we do what we can. Oh, a wizard. Is he stuck on something? Okay, there we go. He was stuck just... I guess I walked too far away or ran too fast with the monk dashes. Which can happen sometimes.
Roadblock. The lodge isn't down that way. Just take care of our attackers and move into the forest when you're done.
We'll actually use our action boost, because why wouldn't we?
Oh no, not again. Oh well, it's probably nothing.
I mean, besides, you know, just forgetting about it. Much easier when you give yourself a bunch of extra attack speed. Well, as before. Oh, also, shortcut here. Just walk forward. And, yeah. It's not super well hidden, but it is easy to miss if you don't know about it, or you're not actively looking for it. There we go. Are you done guarding yourself? Is there another spider over here that you're protecting yourself from? Okay, well, at least we can talk to him to say, hey, buddy, get the lead out. We have a schedule to keep. Huh. That's actually the first Reaper we've seen this quest, which is odd. Normally we would have gotten more by now. But hey, I'll take the good luck on not getting many to start with. Also, we've had 2 people join our party.
I should have expected this. This had better be the last of them.
That's a Fear Reaper. Now, we don't have the enhancement that lets us actually crowd control stuff with Shout yet, but we'll make do. Oh hey, he did something useful. He actually cast a Mass Hold. Go figure. Alright, they're both in. Come on, escort dude. Why are you all the way over here? They're dead. Come on, it's safe. I swear then. Just standard escort quest problems.
Good work. The warded container should be
So yeah,
downstairs.
R2 is not really giving us too much difficulty, and we have 2 party members, which will, of course, make this a little easier.
The insanity of this one. The Netherese didn't hire him. Watch out! Never leave an opening like that.
Now, we could probably position this a little better so that we're cleaving both of them. But, again, as we noted,
Also, we can put the scroll
there isn't a whole lot of difficulty here. We'll give our party a couple seconds to put their voices on.
If they're here in the forest, they may be at the lodge as well. I hope we're not too late.
Especially since they are in combat fighting things.
The nether scroll fragment should no longer
Hey,
be a threat
we can
to
take
operation, now that it's
27
safely
now.
loaded inside
We're not
the
going
lodge.
to,
The Netherese
because
must know where the lodge is by now.
these are level 24 quests, so being level 26 is ideal.
The wildlife here holds many
Which means we were doing Wayloon a bit out of order, but we had at least one person in the party who had already done them, so we skipped them. And now we're just cleaning up. I was just thinking that, oh wait, I gotta dismiss and pull my hireling and whatnot, except I didn't have a hireling. I just somehow thought I did because I had the Escort E, and the Escort E is just as annoying to deal with as the hireling. Probably more so, because you don't have as many orders, and you don't have a hotbar to give them orders. You have to go up and actually talk to them. Okay, once again, getting our buffs up.
Seamus's directions to the giant felled oak lead into the cave tunnel and deeper
Right.
into the swamp.
Okay, you don't take that much damage, that's fine. Oh, it's a bear. And wolves. So I have 2 big AoEs. One of them is the Racial Cleave, and one of them is the, as I mentioned, the Epic Strike of Brokenness. But
Hermit's footprints lead
it's,
off to a massive tree
it's kind of a
in the midst of the bog.
pattern you get into, because I don't have that much double strike unless I actually self-buff myself. So we need to get that first, and then use those. Okay, alright. The things we need... Oh, there we go. I was gonna say the things we wanted aren't spawning, which means we missed something. Oh hey, our party members are here. It's odd that when I try to cast the Scream, if it's not ready, it still has an animation. It's just the animation doesn't do anything.
You were found on Oak Shore. The old hermit Seamus waits to speak with you near the giant fallen oak just ahead.
Yeah. I'll note that we did step it up to R4, but, you know, having party members here to fight with me makes R4 not that difficult. There we go. I didn't help at all.
Beyond the thorns,
It's like, I need to go back to help, because they're not killing them. And then, by the time I got back there, they were done killing them.
her minions and plays deeper into the domain.
At some point, I will need to tell Discord, hey, please go into streamer mode. Thank you very much. You seem to have not detected that OBS is turned on. So I don't get notifications mid-stream. It's like that. See? Very effective having a sorcerer around. Well, I'm assuming the elemental attacks are coming from the sorcerer. That's not necessarily true, since the other one's a wizard, but it's more likely to be true. Alright, let's see if I can convince Discord to stop notifying me. Okay, apparently I can't manually turn it on to streaming mode, but I can set it on Do Not Disturb. So, at least we will silence all the notifications. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. I have a bad habit of that, just using the wrong attack. And we can do all these attacks. Okay. And now we just spam all of our buttons to use all of our attacks. Because we have a lot of them. And some of them are better than others. Oh, I thought I saw a chest. Oh well.
Seamus and ask him about the missing scroll piece. You find Orofon's nether scroll
There we
piece
go.
in the Medusa's hidden treasure room.
It's kind of funny that sometimes I don't bother to mount up, just because I have so much move speed from basically permanent haste boost. But it is still faster to mount. I'm pretty sure. It should be, at least. Sprint boost isn't that good. Especially since mine is lower powered, as it's the tabaxi trailblazer racial. It's pretty nice.
This bustling village is strangely silent. No townspeople can be seen. In many of the windows
Alright,
are shuttered.
more R4 going on.
Villagers hiding from the local bandits. Or something worse. A nervous man motions for you to come close. Before the man can give you the key, sellswords burst out of the nearby buildings. The man...
Okay, we have a Fear Reaper. Alright, and our wizard apparently will have to go after this one, which is fine. Obviously, we prefer more people. If nothing else, then, you know, even when there's not a bonus weekend, you still get some extra XP for running a larger party. There we go. Get a little bit of paralysis going. Alright, there we go.
The terrified
I
villager
don't know what killed the wizard. Odd.
As you enter the inn, a voice calls out, "Help! Help! They've taken over the place!"
Alright, let's gather everything up a little bit. We're just gonna sit here in our sheltering cauldron and AoE down the first set of mobs as well as we can until we get impatient. and go fight them where they stand. Oh. Possibly a bad idea, but we'll see. The heal isn't nearly as big when I'm getting the full Reaper penalty on it, but you know, that's how heals work in Reaper. Plus, you know, it's R4, so the healing penalty has gone up significantly.
Along with a warning. Don't you touch anything but that key. I keep all my valuables in that chest. As you enter the
And
bar,
off we go.
a Netherese wizard brandishes his staff. You will not stop
So,
us from
this doesn't
finding the
actually
pieces
speed
and
up
assembling the scroll.
everything, because you still have to kill everything and you have to wait for it to spawn.
The Netherese wizard stops his casting as the wizard incants a summoning spell.
Turn to Jade, loser. But what it does do is it means, like, I can fight this stuff up here, while the people down below fight the, like, shadows that are spawning. So it lets us fight a bunch of different stuff at the same time, instead of having to, like, fight the shadows and then come up here and fight the dude and his rats. So yeah, once they finish off the shadows, we'll be able to get in here directly, and not have to, like, make our way all the way up here then. And, of course, if I were worried about my teammates' capabilities, I would go down there and help out, but I'm pretty confident that they're just gonna, you know, get obliterated. Oh, there's a Reaper there, but... what is paralyzing? Yeah, there are a lot of waves of shadows and stuff. Which is why it's nice when you can actually get ahead of it.
Shadowy minions dispatched. The dark berry, the contents of the chest are mostly junk.
The other two items in that chest are actually flavor.
Valuables. The innkeeper was
And there's an optional, but I don't think it's worth a bunch of XP or anything. It's just that
nowhere to be seen.
you can talk to the innkeeper or whatnot, and he'll be like, and he tells you, like, you know, don't touch that key. It's very important that you don't touch it. And he's like, I forget what exactly it is, but he's got some sort of dirty laundry in his past that there's evidence in that chest next to the key. And after you get it, you can go back to him, and if you feel like, hey, I got this evidence of your dirty past, he gets unhappy, and then you kill him. Black Dragon Bolt does hurt a significant amount. Oh, even more. Oh, someone else is popping some heals on me. That's nice of them. Ooh, big heals. They went into the primal tree. That primal heal is just so nice.
Of the Netherese, the bartender emerges. The bartender mulls over the question of the
Oh, what is it?
scrolls.
Reborn in Fire or whatnot?
Magic scroll?
It's super strong once you get up in levels on it.
The only thing that sponge ever gave me was a note promising to pay his bar tab.
At the mention of the bard.
Oh, interesting. Yeah, you do. Yeah, Henshin Mystic is the one that you lose, and that's the one with the staff speed. So, But yeah, Reborn in Fire is really nasty. Yeah, I hadn't considered that for Dragon Disciple. Not that I'm going to be on Dragon Disciple lives for a while.
Promissory note on the wall.
That's
One side of the parchment reads,
But it is nice that I have some type of self-healing now.
Beverages rendered.
Since I did, at the end of our last stream,
You see arcane
manage to get the,
writing.
the shout heals you, that scales with melee power, instead of my heroic ability that scales with nothing. Nothing at all. Well, okay, it scales with healing amplification, but everything scales with healing amplification, so that doesn't really count. Yes. I still think my favorite thing about Stick Monk is probably less about Stick Monk specifically and is more Tabaxi Trailblazer. It's just the constant sprint boost. Which not all staff monks get. Like, you get your leap and your spring attack, obviously, but the move speed, that's like a sprint boost, that is specific to the iconic, so. Hello, I would like to trade. Please give me a torch. Thank you.
The flue collapsed and clogged beyond repair. Travelers must rely on their own care. The rear of the fireplace opens smoothly, pulled open by some mechanism.
Oh yeah. R4 is treating us pretty well, especially since we have Yar here.
A frustrated voice echoes from down the hall. Oh, find the way to dispel the barrier protecting the scroll, Kelton. Corrupt the local elementals, Kelton. Had the adventurers outside found this hidden cellar, no mere rabbits stood in the way of their drunken rebels.
Oh, right. This is the wrong door.
A lone staff stands suspiciously in the center of this room.
That's a Plague Reaper, and a Carnage Reaper, and it doesn't matter about this guy, because he just is going to explode. Strength. Oh, and a Famine Reaper. Well, we're making up for that other quest that didn't have many Reapers in it.
Kelvin's sing-song voice emanates from the Netherese staff. I always told Gaston that heroes never know how to set up proper ambushes.
Oh well. At least the other party member wasn't here. I have nearly killed people by doing that on higher Reaper than this when there were other people in the room, and it's just like, oh, oops.
Stench is particularly strong at this spot. Dark shadows.
There we go. Okay, now last one. And that's Fear Reaper. We should probably prioritize that.
Shadows coursing through the elemental dissipate before the elemental breaks apart and evaporates. The overseer and elemental must have been magically connected to a gate somewhere. With their
Okay.
death,
For some reason I thought monks could channel holy energy.
in the distance.
I guess Ki isn't really holy energy, it's something else entirely.
The castle
slow.
throne room lies beyond a portcullis. A Netherese wizard waves at you dismissively. So,
Alright, so I'm in combat, so it only heals me for 550.
is this what you're looking for? The scroll piece?
Oh, right, so you... Wait a second. You were here when I was talking about that on stream that I had messed up and also chosen dark.
Certainly. I want the wizard to hold to the darkness.
You could have learned from my mistakes, and you did not. That is unfortunate for you.
Netherese arcanist falls, and the scrap of nether scroll slips from his fingers. The piece of parchment is yours.
Just living off temp HP from Elemental Bloom. Yeah, I mean, in Heroics, it's super, super powerful. At the start of stream, I was like, wait, I can put on my Epic Elemental Bloom now, except it's on a mule somewhere, so unfortunately, I didn't want to jump around to get it. Plus the fact that I would need to, I'd need to put sentience on it and take it out of my oak staff, and that's just annoying, so I could be much stronger if I had my epic elemental bloom on. Oh right, since you don't have the Henshin Mystic Tree, you don't even get the T5 healing thing that I was relying on. That is unfortunate. And no heals on their spell list. That is, that's rough. I mean, you can always use your free feat swap to swap your dark to light. Just go talk to, Dread. It's not like cleric domains and all, where they're a giant pain to swap, because if you're too advanced, then you've gotten all the other domain spells and secondary feats, so you can't actually swap properly. It's just a single feat. Go switch it at Tread. At this point, I'm fine not doing it, because at some point relatively soon, I'm going to switch over to using the Grandmaster Flowers. And I'll take the ability that lets me count as both light and dark. And by doing that, I won't have this problem anymore. I'll respec and spend into the light healing. That's interesting. You've not used any of the spells themselves since they all have SLAs, and I guess then you're also saying there are enough of them that you can work a full rotation without ever leaving the SLAs. Which sounds nice.
This must be the Harper agent you were sent to meet. As you enter the grounds of Grandma, you can see forms moving further on down the road.
Maybe, since I have someone else here to help with the damage, I should actually go into more of a defensive mode. I guess we can. I don't really need the extra crit multiplier in here. Although, losing the strength is a bit of a pain.
Fallen purple dragon knights lie near a battle-scarred cottage, victims of the strength of the keep.
And I got hit by a black dragon bolt. Always annoying. He tried to heal me, but missed. I'm too fast. I have evaded his healing. And the reason I say he tried to heal me but missed is I heard the sound effect of the Reborn in Fire go off, like, relatively close behind me. Unfortunate that we get hit with the spell ward slow, but it's not going to slow us down all that much. Oh, transfer off. Oh! Our party member's taking damage. We should go help. Oh, they're good. Okay. That is a Fear Reaper. where this extra set of dudes came from, but we took care of it. Not a problem. Hi. He didn't manage to outrun his heels this time. Such an embarrassment of a monk. Oh, Fear Reaper. Hello. Oop. Ha! Ha ha! I have outrun his heels again. See, this is the sort of thing you can do when you're like, you know what, I could have a much better weapon, but instead, I'm going to screw around and try to outrun the heels of my party mates. Well, the one party mate. Which, honestly, is kind of rude to do, because I do appreciate having party members who will, you know, actually attempt to help out with things. Like, it's a good thing. I should be encouraging this. Not being like, haha, I outrun your heels. That is a big Black Dragon Bolt.
If you shut down here,
Oop.
a pair of Netherese wizards are engaged in a mystic ritual in the center of the keep. One of them calls to you with
Oh, okay, so you're Dragonborn and they're all breath spells. That sounds good. Burst, burst, breath, breath, racial breath, and then a melee cleave. Nice.
Understand what that means.
Oh, I should swap to this, because I'm pretty sure this dude is fire immune.
Curiosity. So what power this scroll contains? Enough to make a man into a king into a god. All I have.
How long is this dialogue anyway? I might have mistimed my cauldron. I mean, it's fine, I can put it up again, but... Excuse me, Famine Reaper.
The sky grows dark and the smell of sulfur fills the area. An ominous vortex opens in the sky. A portal to some malevolent place.
You rarely use minor bursts?
The town
Okay, so it's one of those things that gets, like, directly replaced.
falls from the abyssal portal.
Of course, the cauldron appears to have not mattered at all, because, survey says, he throws me straight out of it. Oh, and we're disconnecting? Alright, we're back. This is fine. Everything is fine. Where is he?
The demon and the gateway to his infernal home.
You do have to still handle the Reapers, though. All the, like, other ads he spawns go away when he dies. But not the Reapers.
Your harper friend Rena raves to you.
We came the moment Elminster detected the portal opening. I admit
Inventory
this
full.
assignment could have gone
Not a
bit
problem.
more smoothly, though it looks like you managed to.
Yeah, it has 100% uptime. Maybe like 95, 98% or something like that. Like, if you factor in animation time or something. But it's close enough. It's 30-second duration and 30-second cooldown.
Elminster will hide this where Netheril will never find it, just to be safe. I'll see you later. Back in
Also, that assumes that you can stand in it the whole time. It ends early if you, get thrown out of it like that boss does. According to our party member here, I'd mentioned something about the Black Dragon Bolt in party chat. And he said, it's good when I use it. and I was unaware that anyone actually used Black Dragon Bolt. Apparently it's okay as Blightcaster. So, I haven't tried it, but that makes sense. You know, if you're going acid-based Blightcaster, then your Black Dragon Bolts might be hitting pretty hard. What is this? Stormhorns. Did I grab these quests? It looks like I did. Yeah. You just need to go out of it. Yeah, that is something you get at... It's either 18 or 20 is when you get the ability to go out of it a little bit. Before then, you step like one toe out of bounds and it's gone. So, yep, we're gonna go over here. Alright, our party member is off to handle laundry, so we shall proceed solo. So we'll drop the skulls back down to 2. And we'll set it to actually solo here, because we're not running the whole chain. I don't want people to like join in on the first quest expecting the full chain. And then it's like, no, I'm just doing cleanup, sorry.
Now, where did I put that blasted journal?
It's over here.
You're here. Be a good sport and lend me a hand. My journal's wandered off. It can't have gone far. It's somewhere in this glade.
I do love how the bloody footprints follow that, you know, I'm a cat. So I have bloody paw prints as we run around.
Great deal to tell you, but now may not be the time.
Why am I holding level? I was holding level because I wanted to be level 26 in the level 24 quests. Because I think you get more of a bonus. Like, I know that there aren't as big of penalties in epics as far as 2 levels up versus 4 levels up, but I don't remember the exact nature of the difference. So I figured it doesn't really hurt me any to hold it, because, well, I don't care. I'm not having a lot of difficulty, even though 27 is a pretty powerful level.
The wizard teleports with Orophon, leaving the others behind to fight.
Unfortunately, we got exhaustion tossed on us for a full minute, so that's unfortunate. And I realized just now that I said unfortunately we had this happen, which is unfortunate. So we're just making sure that we have our card for Tautology Club. Oh, we should get another feat in addition to Reaper points. But, it's also going to be helpful for us because we are split a decent amount. It's going to let us get more of the stuff that we already had at 26. Actually, wait, no, that's not even true, because it doesn't block you on that in epics. We can spend all of our points immediately. The Giant's auto knockback on melee is just so annoying on melee.
Gnolls stand guard over a magic barrier.
Hi. Take this fire wave. Thank you. Oh, I should have stood on top of the caster. Now I'm going to have to leave my cauldron to go attack him. There we go.
More magic barriers. These caves must be where the
And that was
devil reigns.
also a mistake on my part. Now I have to fight these guys with ridiculously slow attack speed. I mean, fortunately, that just means ridiculously slow animation speed for the one big cleave that I need to land on them. But still. Okay, Shadowkai Assassin goes down. These other guys go down. Now you do want to bring this guy... Hi, hello. Why are you not attacking me? Okay, there we go. Alright, and once again, this is just practicing hitting all upper buttons as much as we can with a relatively loose order. So we want Quick Cutter, of course. We do want our extra crit range stuff to go first. We definitely want to keep up our buff. And that's just kind of how it goes. We keep up the buff, we use Quick Cutter, and then we just rotate through everything else. That's a Famine Reaper over there. I don't want to deal with it. So we're not gonna deal with it. I might have taken a wrong turn. This was what I hoped would happen. That they would all group up and I could just cleave them down more easily. There we go. We do have double Reaper here though, so we are gonna pay a little bit more attention. There we go. Ooh, 700. Oh, that's right, because we dropped the skulls, so we heal more now.
Barring your way. You, Scar, has ordered your death, she continues. Let's make this painless for me.
That's double Reapers,
With a gesture,
so that's
she
not
draws
ideal.
on orbs
But we should just be able to AoE them down with everything
shielding
else.
herself
Well,
with
how
protective
dare you?
spell.
Not only not having the orb knock me away, like all the way across the arena, but the caster putting a dot on me as well.
His shield goes down.
Really, this is very impolite.
Shy deftly casts a spell, restoring both her shield and the orbs.
Let me up. Thank you. So we are going to use our old healing things as well.
Shy deftly casts a spell, restoring both her shield and the orbs.
Okay. Wait, why did I get knocked back? The orb is dead. Is the knockback not related to the orb being alive? I thought it was explicitly to protect the orb. Huh. Learn new stuff all the time. Alright. go. Up here and here. There we go. Okay, back to dropping a cauldron on you, which you promptly run away from because you hate me.
Your wisdom is cursing your name.
And there we go.
The nobleman. The wizard wheezes with her final breaths.
Now it is time to take a level and turn in a bunch of sagas. Alright, my stuff's full. So we're just checking for, like, anything rare, like tomes or anything. Excellent. Oh, and ads started on Twitch. That is perfectly fine. We don't care. Because they're just gonna run while we make our way back to town and, like, clear inventory space. And then everyone should be back for us to go over the leveling and the choices we're gonna make with our build. Because really, builds are a lot of the fun in this game. There's just so much complexity. Well, if you want it. There's a decent amount of complexity whether you want it or not. But there is the option to be very complex or, you know, just normal complex. Like, I've got a lot more buttons to hit than, say, most barbarians would. What are you gonna do? I'm gonna have an epic strike and like 1 or 2 actives from heroics, and we're gonna hit things with axe. Does Fred only do for free if you are low level? He does it for free if you have the token that you can get every life from the quest in the marketplace. Otherwise, you need the those gem shard things, which it's the only use for them, so I have no doubt that you've collected many of those shards. Unless, of course, you've been like, these are worthless, and just dropped them, and not kept any around, in which case, sucks for you, I guess. But yeah, the higher level you are, the higher quality of shards he needs. It's like the fractured versus cracked versus imperfect versus perfect. Yeah, I believe it. I'm pretty sure that it's just the Dragon Mark quiz quest. Paralysis removal potion. I've never found a use for it. Because, like, you can't drink the potion if you're paralyzed, because you're paralyzed. And I'm pretty sure you can't use the potion on someone else. Like, all the stuff that has you throw potions at other people, well, you're not actually throwing potions at other people. You're casting spells that are potions. Alright. And it looks like, at least according to the dashboard, Twitch is back from ads, so welcome back to anyone on Twitch who is sitting through ads. We have not done our rolls for the day yet, so we can do that too. Not bad. And bad. But it's fine. Next level. Alright, what did I want? Like, defensive tumble is potentially useful. Epic damage reduction is always vaguely useful. We can do improved martial arts, which gives us half a W, which is not that impressive. Like, half a W is 3.5 damage. Which obviously gets multiplied by crits, it gets multiplied by melee power, it gets multiplied by a lot of stuff, but it's still only 3.5 damage. So we have to check what else is here. Like, Vorpal Strikes apparently needs... Well, for one, it's unarmed attacks and hand wraps, and we're not doing that. So, does not matter. Yeah, like, the other option here would be something more convenience-based. Like, we could take Defensive Tumble, we could take Blinding Speed just to simplify some gearing later. But I think we'll just take the improved martial arts. It's not a huge deal, but might as well. And then we get to turn in a whole bunch of sagas. Because we're not doing multiple epic lives, there's no reason to hold them. Alright, we'll skip Belly. Not because there's anything wrong with Belly, but because, well, we've gotten everything else done, so why wouldn't we? Alright, so that's one saga. And I've gotten all of these skill tomes already, so that's why we're not really looking at it. It's like, well, it doesn't matter. We know that we're taking the XP. And that's enough to get us to next level. And more than enough to get us to the next level. Alright, now we get to go take 28. Which is not a huge level as far as these things go. So we get another strength. And then we get a feat. Specifically, we get a what? Destiny feat. So these are useless to me. Crush weakness is potentially useful. Deific warding is potentially useful. Embodiment of Law is potentially useful because we do have an imbue, even if it's not our main thing. Elusive Target is potentially useful. The Epic Spell Powers are useless. Do we want Holy Strike? Alright, I need to check something first. Okay, which of these trees am I giving up? Am I really giving up Shadow Dancer? It's got so much convenient stuff in it. Again, Dreadnought's got a lot of stuff in it too. Okay, we'll give up Shadow Dancer, I guess, for now. Because I want to look at the top of Grandmaster of Flowers. Okay. Guard breaking. If you follow a monk philosophy... What I'm looking for is anything here that gives extra bonuses if I have a certain feat. Because I don't have all of this stuff memorized. You gain the effects of the elusive target feat, or if you already have it, it instead has double the chance to proc. Okay, so elusive target has double effectiveness if we do everything is nothing. And everything is nothing is a permanent buff as long as you don't die. Because the cooldown is 3 minutes and it gives you a 5-minute buff. So elusive target being twice as effective is very nice. MRR cap. Sneak attack and sneak attack damage. I don't think any of these have any feats. I think like these have discipline. Like, yeah, double if you have discipline, but discipline is not a destiny feat. So let's see. Yeah, stunning blow and stunning fist. Like, what is this? So, this is just dumb, really. Specifically, the cooldown on it is dumb. You can get a heal spell that, from this, doesn't say it scales with anything, and it's a 2-minute cooldown. Or, you can get a heal spell here that scales with melee power, and it's got a 20-second cooldown, I think? 30. So... yeah, about that. Like, it's just not good enough to take, which is sad. Because I really do want a way to self-heal. And if I could get that from this tree, I might not be in Fury of the Wild, except that Quick Cutter is stupid broken. It is unfortunate that the mantle here is useless to me. But assuming that we took this, so yeah, I think we're going to get... Alright, so we do this. We are going to grab Elusive Target. Now we get to spend points. So, assuming we go here, and then... Let's see... We'll take the Healing Amp. Stunning DCs. We'll take Adamantine Bypass. If I had a Deconstructor Augment, we wouldn't need this, but I don't. And I've tried farming for it and never gotten lucky. We don't care about spell resistance. We will take the Epic Strike. It is actually useful now. Let's see. We want Drifting Lotus. Yeah, melee cleave attack. And let's see, what else do we want? Don't need it. Don't need it. Don't need it. And don't need it, because we already have it. So we don't care about that. But we'll take Hail of Blows, because why not? It gives us Strike Through and Double Strike. And we will get, I guess, Law Bypass? Yeah, because we have good bypass. Or we will have good bypass, I should say. So, dodge, armor class. And in air stance, it's doubled. We're mostly going to be in fire stance, so we're definitely going to take this. And then we're going to take... I mean, this is a good option. We're going to be dodge capped, so this isn't actually that useful. Oh, okay, and we don't even get to go up to this tier because we just don't have enough points for it. So let's see, is there anything good here? Well, any action boost is active, you have displacement. Pretty nice, actually. This is good because we are in the mantle. That's not useful to us. We can add vulnerability stacking since we don't already have it. And this is not useful since our only action boost is to attack speed already. So that doesn't actually do anything at all. Alternatively, we can put points over here. We can get more double strike, which is 2 per point, which would be nice. We can also get this for 2 points, that we get twice as much from Primal Scream. So, and we can consume Quick to make our Shout do more things. The thing is, all this stuff, I don't know if it's better than being in Shadow Dancer. Like, it will be once we get to tier 5 here, but... I don't know, having the damage bypass is nice, having the extra resist stuff is nice. But, on the other hand, Shadow Dancer has Magic Missile immunity, and Dimension Door, and things like that. So, it's a mixed bag. Also, without being able to get T6, this is useless. So, for now, I think we're just going to swap back over to our, what we had before. Where are you? Shadow Dancer. You, and you, and... Oh, right. You want this one. That's the shield immunity. Grab that. Grab our sneak dice. This is, as I've mentioned before on previous streams, not as useful on Monk because we're in robes. It's super good if you're in light armor, because this is essentially 6 to dodge cap in light armor. But for us, it's reflex saving throws and armor class, which is not amazing. Then again, there's not a lot else here that's good filler since we're not a trapper or anything. So we might as well drop a point in it. I mean, we have evasion, so reflex saves are nice. And of course, we'll take more double strike here. Yes. We'll take fort bypass, and we'll only get 2 fort bypass, but that's fine. Well, we'll get 10. We'll get 2 points in it. Alright, so we've got that going for us. We're level 28. And... is there anything else we needed to do? Our feat was passive, so we don't need to bring anything out on bars. We switched back to this. We didn't get any more actives, so we're good there. That's a passive, so we're good there. How are we on double strike now? 51. So we are double strike capped if we have both quick strike up and our Reaper bonus up. Oh, that's the other thing we need. Reaper bonuses. We got 27, so we can get everything here. Which means we're going to reset this tree. Because we only need like 13-ish points in this tree. Huzzah, got heal after feat redo. Oh yeah, that's why I want it. Because, so yeah, it has no cost. I thought it did have a cost, like a key cost. But I did know it doesn't need a target. You can just spam it out of combat between mobs. It is a far superior way to heal. We'll take wisdom, thank you. Wisdom again. And more wisdom. More wisdom, thank you. And we will take melee power, DCs, Reaper boosts, and more strength. Thank you very much. And then, of course, we get more defenses here. More reflex saves, as always. Alright, we have 12 points left. And I need to save 2 for the capstones at 30. No key, just 9-second cooldown. Very nice. I look forward to being able to do that. So... okay, right, yes. The punch that makes it so everyone heals based on hitting things costs key. Okay, so we have 10 points to spend, because we have 12 points, and we're saving 2, so... we're just going to drop points into spell power, because, you know, we've got random things that scale with spell power. And then... we have 6 more points to spend. And we're just going to put them in here for health. Here we go, 117 out of 119. And one will go there, and one will go there, and we'll be good to go. So, we are... yeah, we have no cap now. So we've got... that's 60. So 60 times 4 is 240. And then we've got... I'm going to round this up to 60. 60 times 8, which is... you know, we had 60 times 4, 60 times 8. 60 times 12 is 36 times 2. So we have 720-ish. We'll round it down to 700 since we rounded this up. So 700 extra health from Reaper points, which is substantial. Now, what can we join? The Mystery of Delira's Tomb. Huh. You know, I have not run Epic Delira's in a long time, so we're just gonna go for that. Doesn't have any sagas or anything like that. So I forget if Mystery is the first quest or not, but we're gonna go. I remember the XP on this being decent. Obviously, it's not gonna be as good as, like, at level 28, I could probably do like Ravenloft R1. And that would probably be faster leveling, but, you know, I haven't done this in a while, so it's worth it just for the variety.
The city of Stormreach is abuzz with the news that a ship has arrived to ferry passengers to Sharn, the City of Towers. The ship's captain seeks heroes looking for a grand adventure in the clouds. Speak to Captain Alban Dranmore in the Stormreach Harbor to set sail for Sharn.
Let's see if we're joining at the start of the thing or partway through. Hey, we are at the beginning.
The tomb opens up into a larger space. The underground structure is much bigger than the surface entrance would suggest. The holy symbols of the sovereign host adorn the walls.
So they did use the shortcut, which is much easier to do in epics than heroics. Alright. This is the way forward. Also, I don't need to worry about traps nearly as much. Because, well... we're not worried about it in epics because we actually have more evasion and more saves and like more balanced gear and all than we would have in heroics. All right. The archers here are super annoying though, just based on the fact that they stay at one end of the room and don't group up like the rest of the stuff. Also, it is nice that the wraiths can walk through walls, but unfortunately I have a hard time critting because I don't have very much fort bypass, I don't think. 62. It's not terrible.
A chill passes through you as skeletons rise behind the bars to the sides of the
That was
room.
the wrong button.
They don't look entirely solid.
Fire wave thing is actually starting to deal decent damage. Oh, sapphire protection. Only downside is that Dark Monk gives for Dragon Disciple. There's an AoE buff that gives 2 to attack skills and saving throws. You don't really need that for, like, heroic leveling, though. Like, that's not a make or break, like, +2. I think easy to access healing is just way better quality of life than 2 to saving throws and skills. Especially since you're on a almost full completionist character. It's not like you're strapped for skills. You're not just barely scraping by on doing traps or something. Although, I guess you could be partied with someone who did need it, because, well, you said it's an AoE buff. Oh good, a Club of the Holy Flame. Let's just make sure that we, get inventory space. I do wish they would fix that interface thing, where if you're typing in a search box, and you hit escape, it doesn't do anything. You have to click outside of the box to make it lose focus. I'm just so used to escape letting you, you know, escape from whatever menu or thing you're in. And it's just like, nope, sorry, you actually have to click. You're just going to be typing a bunch of numbers into chat instead of using your abilities. because we said, sucks to be you.
You notice a rusty lever behind the grate on the side.
Okay. That's right. Delira's is annoying. I remember now. Someone did pull the lever. Excellent. Excellent. And someone needs to pull the lever down there. Someone is pulling the lever down there. And now we can pull this one. Got random archers all over the place. Got a bunch of, like... what is the right term for them? I guess I'll call them airlock sections. Where you can't do anything until you clear everything. Like, you walk forward, the doors close on both sides, you have to do a thing before you can get out of it. I think airlock section is a pretty decent name. Let our allies handle those. Our allies are great at handling things. I have a lot of confidence in my party. Mostly because we're not pulling Dungeon Alert yet. That is the difference between this and screwing people over with Zerging. You'll note that even as I run ahead, I am keeping an eye on whether or not we're pulling Dungeon Alert. And because this quest does not have very large mob packs, we're not. It's annoying because everything is all spread out, which of course works to our advantage. When we want to not pull Dungeon Alert. Hello, Famine Reaper on the ledge. Fancy seeing you here. Okay. Right one is right. Alright. That was easy enough. Okay. Easy enough. And off we go. I almost want to, like, do like I would with... oh, what is the name for it again? Blightcaster? Like, where I leave an AoE behind, but unfortunately, you can't do that with Cauldron, because when you cast Cauldron, it goes away if you leave. So I keep wanting to use Cauldron as like an AoE that I'll leave behind. But it just straight up doesn't work like that. So I don't know why I keep having that instinct. I guess it's because there are other things you can do with that. You can do firewalls. You can do the Blightcaster, like Thorn stuff. You can do a whole bunch of different mage spells, really. We're just walking around the room. It's like, yep, there's a bunch of archers around here. Let's make that not a thing. And we can debuffer a little too, since the Since the default Jade Strike, not the Tomb of Jade, but the default Jade Strike puts a physical damage vulnerability up. I don't know if it's unique, actually. Epic Hellfire Cloak. Sure, why not? But yeah, it's... what is it? On hitting a target, this attack increases their physical damage vulnerability by 10% and reduces fort by 25%. So I don't know if that is just a Sunder effect and it like stacks with other, and it's just the same as Sunder, or if it's a separate effect that just stacks with Sunder. But I guess it's nice to have. On Red Names, I've been trying to use it just for myself. But, you know, in a party, it helps everyone when I use it on Red Names. Alright, let's get to it. Come and get me.
A bright flame flares upwards as the first soul lock is opened.
So this isn't just another one of those examples of running a circle around the room, killing the archers, and hoping all the others come to me. Fortunately, we have move speed abilities. Well, not move speed abilities, movement abilities. Ah, there you are. I have to pull this for people to advance. And this is, I believe, just a shrine room. No, just a shrine room. To dodge backwards. At least they're not as bad as kobolds. Kobolds' dodges are just super annoying, especially at low levels, like when you're just starting out and you don't really know how to handle it. They're just giant pains to deal with. And it even affects casters at that level too, because you got stuff like Burning Hands, and it's like their little jumps can even get out of range of your spells at that level. You don't have like Fireball yet. It's problematic. Almost as problematic as I am during the month of June. And if you don't get that joke, it's because I'm not gay and it's Pride Month. Which means, of course, I'm breaking the law. It's illegal to be straight this month. Which is unfortunate, but you know, it's not the first law I've broken. Laws of equivalent exchange, laws of thermodynamics, like, there's all sorts of laws that are really more like suggestions. Oh, we got another person joined. Very nice. Oh look, a Famine Reaper. I should probably care about that. Hello, Aviator. Welcome.
You hear the whispers of faint female voice as the fourth seal is opened.
We're just making our way through Delirious. Turn stuff into jades. Oh. Of course, our Jade Strikes are not going to be super effective because, well, we're strength-based. And the Jades scale on Wisdom. So, us landing the occasional one is a nice to have, but I don't really expect it to land consistently. At least not at high levels. I think... Oh, yeah, no. No, this isn't the end. I wanted to make sure I didn't end before our 6th member came in. Go. And I think it's, I forget if this one ends after you go through the door down there and see Delira, or after you kill the thing. So, because I don't know, we'll play it safe. Alright, so the one who said they were needed to AFK is back. And is Nerd Blaster in? Nerd Blaster is in and moving. We are good to go.
You feel the room's temperature fall rapidly as the last soul lot is opened. The lure has been released.
Staff Deflection, sadly, does not do much for me. Oh, it is on kill. Good thing we didn't start this until the guy was in. Epic Iron Manacles. Protection, physical sheltering, quality physical sheltering, and greater reinforced fists. Huh. I mean, the main problem with this gear is that it's like level 25. It's really an awkward level to swap gear unless you've got really good stuff from, like, say, Caught in the Web. Like, if you've got raid gear to swap to, great. But some of this stuff is just marginal upgrades, so it's hard to justify keeping around. What is the next step? I always forget. Return to what's his face. Got it. Alright, we have 2 points. We can get more double strike. I would like to get enough double strike that I don't have to rely on my Reaper boost, but that's not going to happen until I have my epic gear set, or, well, my legendary gear set, my level cap gear set. And even then, that's not going to happen, because my level cap gear set is not that good. But it will get me much, much closer. Like, all the random set bonuses I have will go up, because, well, I will replace them with something equivalent. Okay, I forget if they changed this one, because there's a problem here, which is that if you leave a quest on Reaper, no one else can go in on Reaper. So you go in and then you leave, and then, well, the next person can't just walk in and talk to someone to advance the quest. So either they fixed that, or just people are like, screw it, we're going to red door this because we don't care about the quest reward, like the end reward. Which is also just a valid way to do things. The whole way that you run around and talk to people is kind of annoying in Delira's in the first place. Alright. They're already on it. It's the second one on the left, if you didn't know. Poison trap. Make our saves. Cold trap. There we go. Step on this one. Step on this one. Go forward. See all the Reapers. It's funny because monks have like high dodge, so I always think that they have improved uncanny dodge as like a defensive cooldown, but they don't. They just have high standing passive dodge. And even then, I personally don't have that high of a standing passive dodge because I haven't spec'd for it. Now don't get me wrong, it's higher than pretty much any other non-monk, but that's not saying a whole lot. It's like 34, I think? 44, okay. Actually not as bad as I thought it was. We're just trying to hit some of these guys as we go through to make sure we don't get dungeon alert. Alright, someone's already gone down that side, so we're going to trust them that they've got it under control. How are they doing? Eh. If I have to run back, it's not a big deal. Alright. I don't think any of this is going to hit through the wall, but because of how damage numbers work in DDO, even if it is hitting through the wall, I probably wouldn't be able to see it, because the damage numbers exist as, like, part of the terrain. Like, if they're behind a plant, you won't see your Skull in Combat text, because it's behind a plant. Oh, there we go. Now that most of the team is here, we'll just kill these so we don't get dungeon alert when they pull the big group. And we're going to trust the 4 people now who are here that they can do it. Because it looks like there was only one person on the side before, which is kind of weird that I went one way, someone went the other way, and 4 people stayed in the middle waiting. So that's on them, I guess. I'm sure that they'll, like, this is the side that's a little longer to do. Like, there's a pit with the slimes in it, and there's a whole, like, thing going on. Oh, excellent. They killed the dude. Now they should be able to pull the lever. And we'll get on with the quest. There we go. I should have probably just hit an AoE before that, but, you know. Oh wait, this one locks out, doesn't it? Ah, hell. So this is where, in one of the hardcore leagues, the one with the hounds, after killing this boss, we got a what? We got a hound that spawned that was bugged. So, like, you couldn't kill it and was just sitting there stacking the dot. And we couldn't get out because this gate was closed. Oh. It apparently does open eventually. Well, I can take 29, which is very nice. The party is now wondering what we should run next. Well, if they don't come up with something soon, I'm just going to suggest R1 Ravenloft. Because this is assuming that you wouldn't, like... Profane Combat Mastery. Very nice. So, there is... Obviously, the downside of leveling with, like, R1 Ravenloft is you can no longer hit High Reaper Ravenloft for first-time Reaper XP bonuses. But, I'm at 119 points. There's really very little marginal benefit to me getting more Reaper points. So, I really don't care. What was I gonna do? I have 2 points. We can get more double strike, sure, why not? Like, if we go this way, like, it's Fort Bypass, and just a 2% bonus. But of course, that's not as good as double strike. So, we are 4 ranks off of cap, it looks like. Looks like they're headed to High Road. I said lead party. Here we go. You're likely going to run the down pier on an EK Sork. And then you want to put points in all 3 Reaper trees. So you will miss them in there in Legendary. Interesting. I suppose that is one of the few builds that cares about all 3. And I had considered the idea of using that sort of build because, historically speaking, especially for new players, like if they want to run an Eldritch Knight, you would recommend them Wizard because they get self-healing. Well, either Warforged or a Wizard, so that they have self-healing, either through repair spells or through necromancy and negative stuff. So that is, yeah, and the new Dragon Disciple, if you embrace it and go hybrid melee caster. Ah, yes, I suppose that would want all 3 trees as well. Step into the mists. Continue into the mists. We're just going to go R1, and we're going to see what happens. And then, after we see what happens, we're going to figure out where it all went wrong, and we're going to blame that we didn't swap our gear. That's what we're going to blame, because we didn't put on our level 29 gear.
In the grass near the abandoned cart. The wisp leads you to a small graveyard, then vanishes. Whispering voices call to you from down.
Well, I'm not killing stuff very quickly, but on the other hand, it's also not damaging me, so I guess lose-lose?
The last of the wisps fades away.
There we go.
Forest. From down the road you hear the sounds of... The soldier looks up at you, his face strangely pale. You hear howling in the distance. A raven cries somewhere overhead.
Alright. We do, at least this time, have fear immunity, because we get it from Legendary Dreadnought, which is one reason why I want to stay in Legendary Dreadnought. Because, I really dislike getting feared. And you can just, like, sit here and run around and be like, oh no, I'm feared. And that's all you can do, really.
road to the east, the same way you came.
Alright. I want to gather all these together, which also gives me just enough time to start up my cauldron again. Okay, so once again, we're just hitting all the buttons, including some that we don't use that much, and really that I should use more, because one of the ones that I don't use that much is is Boulder's Might, which you'd think was like just a staple. Like obviously, you're always going to be doing Boulder's Might, but the problem is Boulder's Might. I keep saying Baldur's because as in Baldur's Gate, which is not what we're doing here. The problem with Boulder's Might is it has extra crit multiplier, which makes it amazing if you're running Adrenaline, because you can hit Adrenaline, then you can hit that, and you get an auto crit that does a whole ton of extra damage. But without the extra crit range, it is much less impressive.
What's the first thing I remember? It must be
Hi.
Papa calling out my name. Irina! He'd shout whenever I wandered too far away from his side. When I was little,
I do not need
thought
another
it was just
sentient
being
gem.
silly.
Alright,
Now I know what
while
it
I dig through the bank for gear, we're going to run a quick ad on Twitch. For anyone on YouTube, YouTube doesn't let me control when ads run, unfortunately. They reserve that for people with at least 1,000 subscribers, and that's not me. So unfortunately, I cannot warn you of your ad breaks because they don't let me. So you get to hang around as we dig through our bank to try to find the gear that we want. Show me level 26 to 29 gear. Okay, what do we want? And we'll go by slot too, why not? Weapons. Like, none of this is useful to us, because we're on a staff build, and none of those weapons are staves. Rune arms are useless. Armor. We have Wild Card, which is light armor, which is not what we want, and Wild Heart, which is also not what we want. And Hide of the Hunter, which is also light armor. So we need to go get our robes on this. We might have them, actually, because I think I accidentally grabbed them last time, so they might still be hiding here. No. No, they are not. So we need to go find our armor. Eyes. We have our attack speed on our eyes right now. So, I mean, we could switch to Legendary Tinker's Goggles. It's decent. We get, like, deception stuff. And the same melee alacrity. So, that's an option. We won't use it for long, though. Alright, put those on. These in the bank. And after eyes, we'll go head. Titania's Glory, which is just a direct upgrade because we're using the level 5 helm with Crown of Summer on it. So this is why we took Lawful Bypass when we were putting stuff into our tree. Well, we spec'd out of that tree again afterwards, so it doesn't actually matter. But because this already gives us good. So we have that hat. Right. Legendary Family Recruit Sigil. Aha. Thank you for resubscribing, Aviator. That's 4 months in a row. I appreciate it. So, yeah. Wait a second. I didn't even notice that this was the curse I had on my family recruit sigil. Oh, sorry. Never mind. Never mind. It's not what I thought it was. It's pets and summoned creatures get +1 to all ability scores. I misread it and thought I got +1 to all ability scores. And that would be really good. But no, that's not what we get. Trinket. We're not going to swap our trinket. Like, Blood Rage Chrism would actually be okay. But, assuming that it doesn't uncenter me. Because I think that was bugged. Like, it says it uncenters you and it says it breaks Druidic Oath, but I don't think that was ever actually a thing. Actually, you know what? We'll test it. We're going to see if it does. Nope. We're still centered. We're still in our monk stance. It's lying. It is not unnatural. Of course, it's heavily nerfed. Heavily nerfed. It used to give 10% profane bonus to double strike. But now that it's down to 3, and now that it's easier to hit double strike cap anyway, it's not the amazing thing it used to be. I mean, DR 30 is still pretty good. Profane, PRR, and MRR, not as good anymore, because you can use lunar augments for it. And get a lot more than that. And, you know, the healing amp has been outscaled. But we're going to put this back on. We just pulled the Chrism out so we could test if it would uncenter us. And it doesn't. But, you know, this is our extra XP, and we've got a lot of just baseline defenses there. Cloak. We could put on like one of these. Or we could put on Legendary Cloak of Winter. Which is not bad. I mean, we lose sneak attack bonus and a mythic bonus, but we gain, you know, life sealed, we gain some other stuff, we gain false life, so might as well. And after cloak, we have waste. I don't have my dire bear belt? Oh, here we go. I think we'll take this one. It's kind of doubling up on the Kenneth Combat Infusion since we already have that on our gloves, but we'll take a 14 strength item. Transformation's pretty good. We're going to lose a bunch of... Oh, well... Do we lose strength? We might. They're not high enough level. Oh, that's 32. Okay, so this isn't obeying its level range properly. Fine then. Be that way. Direwolf. Deception, Insightful Seeker, Shield bonus. Alright, I think we'll keep our Strength belt. It's fine for now. Rings. Rings are excellent. What do we want? Bound Elemental Ring of Acid? That's a good one. Especially since we don't have a dinosaur weapon that we're going to be using, so it's more effective than it would otherwise be. And Legendary Lionheart. It's got Stunning, it's got Insightful Constitution, it's got Reaper on it. Tumbleweed. No, we don't want... Oh, it's got Accuracy and Deadly on it. But unfortunately, because we don't have strength on any of these, we can only use like one of them. And let's see. Strength, stunning, accuracy. So the strength doesn't matter because we have strength here. The ghost touch might matter. I might not have ghost touch elsewhere. No, I do have Ghost Touch from here. That gives Ghost Touch, so we don't need to worry about Ghost Touch anymore. So we'll put on the Ring of Acid. We'll just double check our accuracy and stuff. 109 and 84. Okay, we don't have another accuracy item if we swap that out. So that's a problem, but we'll see if we can solve that problem. I mean, obviously, if we had strength elsewhere, then we could put on the legendary Tumbleweed and then we're fine, but we're not going to be too pressed about optimizing this just because we're only going to use it for like a level or two. Legendary Hammer Fists. Easy choice. Feet. Legendary Deep Snow are very good. Yeah. Especially because we put on the cloak as well, so we get a bit of a bonus there. And wrists. What do we have now? Alright, we have Hallowed Castigators, which is not bad. If nothing else, we can upgrade to the legendary version for our Insightful Sheltering. Or we could put on Blood Bark for, let's see. Improved Deception, Speed, Quality Double Strike. Sure. We'll put on our Blood Barks. And then we don't need this for speed anymore. Let's take another look at eyes. And unfortunately, I don't believe any of my eyes have to hit in damage. So we'll just have to leave it there for now. Let's see. Nope. Nope. And nope. So I think what we will do is we will put on... Where did it go? That's the normal ones. Let's get back to wrists. Not you. Where are the wrists? There they are. Legendary Hallowed Castigators. Straight upgrade because we were wearing the heroic ones. And we are going to swap over and try to grab our legendary turncoat and any other staff weapons we can find. Fortunately, this should be on just one mule because I have one mule dedicated to endgame like physical gear. So it's not very creatively named. It is Fizz Mule Endgame. And hopefully Fizz Mule Endgame has a stick for us. And some clothing. And maybe something else. We'll check if there's anything else good here that I'm forgetting that I had. Okay, so we want slot armor. I don't see a legendary turncoat. There it is. Alright. Sticks. Epic Elemental Bloom. There it is. With a Ruby of Ghostbane in it for some reason. Yeah. So there's our stick. And we also have a legendary Moonbeam, but, as nice as this would be, this is 19 to 20 x2. This is 17 to 20 x3. So, yeah. Elemental Bloom is better. Alright, so those are the two items we wanted. And we should be good to go with that. And we'll continue with Ravenloft. We should be able to hit cap tonight, actually, since it's only 10-ish here. Well, assuming that the game lets me log out and log back in again. Sometimes it can be picky about that. But yeah, one reason I didn't bother doing the gear swap before I ran Into the Mists, well, two reasons, really. One of them is that Into the Mists is a very easy quest. With Swords to Plowshares, Monk Feats, and Elemental Bloom, shouldn't you have like 15 to 20 X4? Yes, it should be much higher, but I was reading off the tooltip as it existed on the holding character, not as it's going to exist here when I pull it out of the bank with all of those feats in place. That was base stats. So, yeah. So we now get our legendary part of the family. We can toss the leveling gear that we had into the bank because we don't need it anymore. And our Elemental Bloom is now 15 to 20 X5. Yeah. Now, the problem, of course, is I lose a bunch of sentience. So, we did lose... Actually, we broke even on Fort Bypass because I got so much from my other gear swaps. But, you know. It's, let's see, 200 melee power versus 178. So, do I want to swap over? Like sentience? I'm going to ignore it for now and just hope that it all works out. That's what we're going to do. And we'll talk to you. And then we'll go to Death House. Which, you know, you would normally go to before you went to the tavern, but the tavern has a bank in it, which is the other reason why I didn't bother with going to the bank before hitting Into the Mists, because I knew it's like, oh, well, I'm just going to get it back in a second anyway. Oh, so you're gonna... interesting. So did you ever figure out whether you wanted to keep your Caught in the Web staff or switch to level cap staff? Because I do not know the numbers on that. Besides that, it is actually not an easy decision, or at least it wasn't at 30. I don't know if it's changed at 32 and 34.
We're tired. We've been here so long. We want to rest. Take us to a nice place to rest. We're tired. We want to rest now. You found a secret door. It's down the basement. Where the monster is. Beyond the secret door.
Okay.
Dusty stairwell
So
leads down into dark.
we continue to have very few difficulties with the legendary quests because, you know, we're level 29 now. We've got legendary gear. It's not really a big deal anymore to be, it's like, ooh, running legendary quests before you're at cap. It's like, yeah, but I'm one level off. It's not that big a deal.
You gently place the bones inside the coffins.
Much better.
The distant voice seems pleased.
We can rest here. Once you get rid of the monster in the basement.
Yes, I'm getting rid of the monster in the basement. We'll see how that fight goes, because that fight in particular can be pretty tricky.
On top of the desk, you find a tarnished key.
It's like, why do I feel like I'm attacking so slow? It's like, oh, it's because I didn't pop cooldowns in a fight that I should have popped cooldowns. Oh well. I was wondering if they were going to spawn or not. Turns out that they had to wait for me to move after opening the door. What this means is I'm probably going to pull a big dungeon alert when I pull the boss. And that's going to be rough.
The sound of chanting echoes from down the hallway. Robed apparitions surround the altar.
Okay, so you
chanting.
So you went with the probably more survivability option. Makes sense.
The ghostly chants suddenly changes. One must die. One must die.
I didn't even see what kind of Reaper that was.
The robed figures vanish, and something stirs in the water. The creature
Neat.
collapses. A little voice in the darkness.
And the other
says,
benefit of doing it this way is I can build up some filigrees, because a lot of the best filigree sets are still from Ravenloft. Stuff like Prowess, that's all Ravenloft.
There's a sudden gust of air, as if the entire building.
Oh, Ravenloft
let
and I think
loose
one other
a
pack.
sigh.
I could be wrong on that. But suffice to say, Ravenloft has a lot of the best filigree. Like Sucker Punch and all that sort of stuff. Bone Grinder. There we go.
Voices, ragged and carping, come peasants with joyless faces and vacant eyes wait in a line.
I don't actually care about doing the optionals. It just means you fight fewer guys, and that does not matter to me.
Its cry echoed first here, then there. The wind whispers treacherously among the upper boughs.
Get back here, you bastard wisp. Stop just running around everywhere. Oh, that's right. I have a thing. I have a paralysis proc now, and temp health proc. Of course, 15 temp health is not quite the win in Legendary that it is in Heroic, but you know, you make do. Oh, there's the corpse.
This corpse is nearly beyond recognition.
Okay. Now where's what's-her-face? Hi. Aw, 2 glancing blows. Well, I did take off my to-hit gear, so that is kind of to be expected. More fire. Okay, where's what's-her-face? Just feeling like Batman. So, where is she? Except, you know, she's already dead in this case. You know, spoilers if you haven't run Ravenloft before. They are dead and eaten. You do not save them. They are long dead. They have become the long pork, in fact. You wonder if dex, strength, melee power attack damage is better than crit range, crit bloom, or if it's worth it. Yeah, that is a question. Alright. Where's Valentina? Is she over here? She is over here. She isn't over here very often, but when she is, it's annoying, because she's way out of the way. Are you going to advance my quest?
The ghost's story
Thank you.
appears to be true. Morgantha addresses the gathered peasants from up on the wooden platform.
Be off already! Shoo!
There we go.
She says,
We've no more pies. How many times must I tell you?
Morgantha looks down at you.
You poor
If you
miss
should redo the
Fanny
filigree to give
soul.
caster buffs. Yeah, I have no idea of the relative priority of caster buffs versus like melee power for this Dragon Disciple hybrid thing. I've not only not done it myself, I've not even like looked at any theory crafting for it, besides that I know it exists. Oh, I'm still on the cold imbue. I don't know if that's good. Well, at least hags are vulnerable to cold. I think they're fire immune. Yeah, they take damage from acid as well, so we got that going for us, which is nice. Okay.
Her daughter's cut down before
Go.
her.
Tried to open it slightly too early. If you managed to hear it,
All of this, the oil
I
spreads
think we got the little "that's locked" noise before we got the opening, because I tried to open it slightly before the quest had advanced. Okay,
the air is
Well,
unsettlingly still.
that was pretty uneventful.
Unseen doorway had just been closed.
Sometimes I do wish that we had like damage meters so I could actually know like which of my things are actually dealing the most damage. Like, because I know things deal damage, and I know different ones deal different amounts, and I know vaguely which ones hit harder, but that doesn't actually account for a lot of things, really. Like, oh, well, this one hits way harder, but it's a longer cooldown. Where's the balance on that? And so on and so forth. But fortunately, the game isn't so tightly tuned that that is something really important to figure out. Like, you can just play the game and ignore that, really. It's just not necessary. Only 16 slots free. Alright, invitation to dinner. And we're just going to take whatever it gives us. Oh, that's why my dodge was higher than I thought. Yeah, it's 36 dodge. It's up to 44 if I'm in water stance. Necromancer. I feel like Necromancer is a bad one. Alright, so the treasure is in the study. The ally is in the servant quarters. Alright, so we're gonna go ally first. There we go.
Madam Eva's words echo in your mind.
Fortunately, having to wait for the door does trigger our passive. So we get our run speed whether we wanted it or not.
Swells of organ music, fraught with defiance, determination, and despair, greet your ears and fill the corridor. As you step into the dining hall, the music abruptly halts.
And off we go. So servant quarters and cellars, which is not the basement / dungeon. It is cellars, which is here.
Your host. Strahd's laughter echoes across the hall, and his form dissolves into mist. The door slams shut.
Through here.
It's a trap.
Servants' quarters are here. That is a place you're familiar with if you run the later stuff in the chain, Raven at the Door. It's where you find out what happened to the Raven.
You have found an ally within Ravenloft. If Esmeralda...
Alright, so the keystone is behind the chapel on the second floor. Got it.
And the keystone needed to escape them. Finding the icon of Ravenloft would be all for naught.
And we're not going to bother with the death card. It's just an optional. Now, if there is gear you're looking for, do the death card optional. Because it drops named gear. But because I'm not looking for it, we will be skipping it. Up we go, up we go. Scream to keep our health going. And you'll note that we're no longer getting small numbers for our heal, even though we're in Reaper and we're in combat. That's because when we switched to level 29 gear, we got more stuff. And by more stuff, I mean more healing amplification.
Scratching away with quill and paper. He ignores you, completely absorbed in his work.
Okay, they were reacting weirdly, but it's fine. Alright, our view isn't going to do anything to him because Blackbone skeletons are one of those annoying kinds of mobs that are just immune to a lot of different stuff. Fortunately, they're not immune to getting hit with a stick. So that's what we're mostly going to do. We're going to hit him with a stick. And hopefully that wins.
With a shriek of rage, the lingering spirit of this evil priest is banished from this realm.
Go. Take the stone.
You have found the keystone, but the icon of
now, I don't know for sure if this is faster than dimension dooring and running up more stairs. But I just find the running up the circular stairs relatively annoying. So we're going to do it this way so I don't have as many stairs to run up. And sometimes it's more the quality of life stuff than anything else. Like, is it faster? Maybe. Possibly. But it is definitely less annoying. Alright, and up we go. We study on the 3rd floor. I forget which room is the study. I think it's the one before you get to the... it's the one by the fire. At least the rats start all grouped up, so you can just AoE them down very simply.
There is the
yes.
icon of Ravenloft, glittering in the light.
So yeah, this is one of the annoying ones because you have to fight the Shadow of Hate. Do I have curse removal pots? I might not. However, it looks like we have knocked him down. So these things are vulnerable to trip, of all things. So that does make it easier. You would think that a shadow would be incorporeal and thus immune to trip, but you would think wrong.
As you hold the icon of Ravenloft in your
Alright,
hands,
where's our exit?
and stow it securely in your pack.
Escape through the south tower's top.
With both the icon and the keystone in hand, it is time to leave. According to Esmeralda, the only way out is through the top.
So this is very convenient. Because we were already going this way, so we now just have to go up one more floor. Can we get through without being interrupted? We can! Excellent. Oh yeah, this is why this is one of the more annoying ones.
In fact, as you stare at it, this image begins to move.
Because you have to fight multiple bosses, which is generally considered a bad thing. Oh, excellent. We managed to kill him before he teleported. Which is really nice, because if he teleports, like, over there, you can't get to him as melee. And I do love that Elemental Bloom's Paralyze works on Reapers for, you know, whatever reason. I don't know why, but it does, so we'll take it. And up we go. Just you go up and up the spiral staircases. Past the door that is not relevant to this quest, but is going to be relevant to one of the later ones in the chain.
With the keystone in hand,
there we go.
through the castle wards unhindered.
So, when we started this chain, we had like just barely gotten 29. And by doing the first block, we have gotten 2 ranks. So, yeah, I'd say pretty confidently that we can hit level cap before we get to the end. Unless I'm off by 1, which is entirely possible. Like, I'm thinking that we need to get to the start of a rank when we really need to get to the end of that rank. In which case, you know, all the more fool I am. However, on the other side of things, that doesn't even take into account the fact that there's a saga. So even if I don't get it from the quests, I'll get it from the saga.
The mansion looks abandoned. Yet according to what you've been told, the Order of the Silver Dragon still guards this place, bound by an oath that not even death can break.
Hi. They seem confused by my speed. Just gonna be Sonic here, I guess. Be so fast that they can't really find me. Well, there was a Reaper there, so that doesn't work out as well. This is when you have to get fast, because among other things, the wraiths in there will dispel all of your stuff, which is super annoying. Alright, we're now at orange alert. It is time to fight. we go. And once again, we can kind of cheat here. Excellent. We dodged enough, and then we had our arrow deflection, so we got through. And I don't think we can auto-detect this. No, okay. We can go around. It's not that big of a burden.
The roof over this part of the mansion has collapsed, though it looks like you could squeeze through. Slumped in the throne is a gaunt, armored figure. Without looking up, it says simply, "Go away." The Revenant shakes his head.
Arkenbost's light has vanished. Beacon will never shine again. All that is left is scars and lost punishment.
There we go. We need to get our debuffs up. Keep forgetting about it. Okay, excellent. And we've killed enough that it's probably not going to give us Dungeon Alert, which is really all we care about. And some people don't even care about that. Some people just pull Red Dungeon Alert and it, for some reason, doesn't bother them. I guess there's some way to move that makes you not get hit and slowed down, but I do not know that particular technique. So, I don't like Dungeon Alert.
Tucked behind the mansion is a fog-shrouded cemetery. An impressive mausoleum stands in one corner. Carved in the marble above the outer gate is the name Argenvost. You use the silver key you found on the commander, and the outer gate to Argenvost's mausoleum opens. You place Argenvost's skull inside the mausoleum, and a brilliant light fills the room. There were only some way to do it. The beacon atop the mansion.
Okay, there we go. And I'm not going to worry about healing here because we're going to heal when we go through the door automatically. Because Reaper points. Lots of Reaper points. Go, take them out.
The sound of flapping wings comes from just beyond the closed
being able to one-shot the bats is very convenient.
Beacon that dominates the courtyard. Suddenly, taloned creatures fly out from behind it, swooping down on their prey.
Alright. We'll just go back here and hope they come and get us. Because having them flying up in the air is super annoying. Alright, I didn't want to jinx it while I was fighting it, but she didn't manage to land her Pacify effect, which is great, because the Pacify effect is super annoying. It's much like a fear effect. It's just like, you know that thing you were doing? You can't do it anymore. You can move around, but, you know, you can't cast spells, you can't attack, like, you can't really do anything useful besides run around.
The beacon flashes with a brilliant light that can be seen throughout the valley. And from somewhere a voice whispers, "I release the order from its vows." You feel a tingle of warmth that you have never felt in Barovia before.
Level 15. Oh! Do I still have, like, all my tabaxi starting gear, and that's why I have so little bag space? If so, that should be an easy one to fix. But it does explain why I haven't gotten rid of it, because I mostly look at my bags through the barter window when I'm trying to sell stuff. And, well, if I can't sell stuff, because, you know, it's starter gear, it doesn't show up there at all. So that would explain why it's not showing up. But, that said, We are making progress.
You have returned to Castle Ravenloft, this time uninvited. As promised, the servant's door was not sealed. A sign that Jesper the Raven made it this far, at least. Jesper's last report says he went off to steal a potion from a coven of witches, whose lair is at the top of the South Tower. This is the South Tower stair. Following it all the way to the top should get you close to the lair of the old crones mentioned in Jesper's journal.
Black Dragon Bolt continues to be super annoying. But we're going all the way to the top, which gives us plenty of time to either drive-by smack stuff for healing, or for our shout heal to come off of cooldown, because it takes forever to get up these stairs. We got lucky last time. Do we get lucky this time? We do! We get through the door without being hit. Alright. I do actually want to hit these guys when they spawn. I'm helpless. Why was I helpless? Also, since when do they cast, what is it? It does Bane damage, it does more to like water elementals. You know, the big thing that Vengeance Reapers cast, which one-shots the party. It's like Wither or something. It has escaped my mind because I'm trying to talk too fast.
As you come to the door of the witch's den, you recall the password from Jesper's journal.
Go. Horrid wilting. There we go. Yes, horrid wilting. It came to me, as if in a dream, but not at all in a dream. More like I just finally remembered it, because, you know, it's horrid. And wilting.
The cat. The withered forms of two hags glare at you from across their cauldron. One of them, the taller of the two, gestures for you to speak with her. The old witches cackle, then one of them sneers at you. We know about your little birdies. Baba Lysa.
Alright, we did switch to our Frost. Oh, wait.
So we set a
There we go.
just like that.
Okay. It is great being able to actually crowd control one of them. And then, of course, that one dies. So, man, the Skull and Combat text just cannot keep up. Like, I used that heal ability like 10 abilities ago in rotation, and it's just now showing. There we go. Read the second note. Take the vials. Take the key.
You find a set of vials, which must be the potions of gaseous form described in the journal.
All right, and down we go.
Allow you entry into the magical tower within the treasury.
And once again, going through doors heals us, so we don't need to worry about healing. Nope, stop that. It's like, don't grab that ledge. If you grab the ledge, you can't go through the door, and we want to go through the door. We are going to try to hug the right side here, and hopefully don't get aggro of, like, the thing of hate, or whatever it's called. Shadow of Hate? The invisible thing that has, like, 1,000,000 health. And no, I don't mean that literally, but figuratively. It has an annoying amount of health. We'll put it that way.
You quaff the witch's blood, and you watch as your body evaporates into a fine mist. By strength of
Alright,
alone,
the question is,
push yourself through
do
the
we
tiny
use...
tower window.
Alright, we'll try it.
Solid form again. On the inside, the tower seems to be bigger on the inside somehow.
So the question I was thinking was, do we use our cauldron? Because the problem with using cauldron is that it's fire, so it heals them. However, on the plus side, it gives me defenses. So it's all about whether or not the balance is right. That if the defenses balance out the fact that I am making the fight take longer by healing my opponent. And of course, I'm making it take a little bit longer by standing in the thing that gives them concealment. But, you know, it's only 20% concealment. I'm not too concerned. And of course, no big deal.
Pages are brittle with age, and much of it is illegible. But what you can make out suggests the author is none other than Strahd
There we go.
himself. Perhaps your allies back in town can
Making
make
progress.
sense of
We
it.
need 1.5 more ranks. Of course, as before, if I were more concerned about, like, defenses and crowd control, I wouldn't be in this stance. I'm in fire stance, because I want to see big numbers. If I wanted to have crowd control and defenses, I'd be in water stance. But, you know, it's a difference of 6 strength and 6 to hit and damage, which is a lot. Especially because that's like the 4 multipliers.
And Baron Volokovich are plotting each other's demise. Can you afford to side with the lesser evil? And if so, can you tell which one that is?
Alright, so we do want to put up our buffs.
This secret passage leads straight to the Baron's manor across the way.
That buff, put up that buff, put up that buff. Here. Man, I always forget how tanky Orthons are. They've just got so much health.
The books on the shelves here have a range of grim and horrifying titles. The perfect collection for someone who consorts with literal devils.
Okay, come on, you. All the annoying archers hitting me with slowing abilities and standing outside of my cauldron. It's very impolite of them to not want to die quickly like how I want them to.
This must be the dungeon under the Baron's
go.
manor. It appears he has already taken a couple of prisoners.
Go.
A harsh, commanding voice issues from down the hall.
So
on the
I
left
don't
and
think we'll be able to
reverberates
get
throughout
like
the
the
Baron's
quick
manor.
thing. And by quick thing, I mean able to skip his fight because there's only one of me. Also, I can't run too far ahead. Like, if you're not here with him, he won't progress. And you need to be at a couple points. Like, if you're not here to hear him say that, he won't go down the stairs, and so on and so forth. But I believe that I can do the puzzle on the left, even if he's stuck. Is he stuck? He is stuck. There he is. Excellent. Now we're going to be here to witness him say the thing about the prisoners, which is great, because he's going to advance forward, and because we already did the puzzle. Four, five. I was expecting Orthon to have spawned there. Well, what do you know? We did manage to skip that fight. Great success. Oh, why must you Abishai cast spells at me from over there? Come over here and cast those spells at me. Okay. That's enough of them that I'm not worried about coming here and opening doors. Okay, get these down. Magus goes down. Rogue Summoners go down relatively easily, relatively quickly. There's the key. And we'll ignore these archers, because there's only like 2 of them. And 2 archers is not enough to be either a threat to me as I go through everything, nor is it enough to cause a dungeon alert. Oh, interesting. It looks like I did need to go stand next to him, because she's not spawned here. So I did miss a trigger. I'm gonna have to go back down below. This is what happens sometimes when you try to go too fast. You miss a trigger and then you have to backtrack. Oh well, off we go. Fortunately for us, we are on a build that runs really fast, so having to backtrack isn't really that long of an impact to us. Alright, there he is. We didn't wait long enough while he was talking about the prisoners. There we go.
Lady Fiona Wachter smiles confidently. Oh, it's you're as dim as a snuffed candle. Now,
There we go.
I have a baron to poison. I bid you adieu. Please, scream as loud as you like. Lady Wachter does a double.
But that does just go to show how much you can do in this quest if splitting. You saw that we had everything cleared up until this complete room. So, you know, if someone else were downstairs handling the other stuff, this could have already been done and had someone just waiting here for her to spawn. And you'll note that even in these chests that don't give named loot, they still drop filigree, which is why I'm paying a little bit more attention to them than I was earlier, because I had forgotten that fact. Okay, so he's got 140,000 health. There we go.
But an uneasy sense of doubt creeps over you. What monster or lunatic will come forth to rule Vallaki now?
Okay. We're gonna have to clear our bags once we're back at the inn, because we are basically out of inventory space. The only reason we could even accept that quest reward was because the quest items like the keys we'd picked up got dropped out of our inventory when we left the quest. Some of this stuff just I need to turn into sentience food, as opposed to just vendoring it. But we're at least going to sell all the randomly generated stuff. And with random resist potions, random water breathing potions. There we go. Repair everything. That's 30 pieces. Gather that. Oh, still only 30. Oh, that's why. My bag is full. So I can't fit any more commendations. So they're actually auto-stacking in my inventory, which they don't usually do if you have room in your bag. It's a very odd interaction. So off we go. Sealed in amber. And I think we will do the brute force manual way, not the luck way. Just because, you know, as it's not the luck way, it is more reliable.
A familiar figure stands, waiting for you and Casimir by the warmth of a crackling fire.
Okay, it's in the library. So we are on our cold imbue. We're very glad to... Again with the horde wilting. Why must things horde wilting me? It's just very impolite. Alright, there's Marak. There's an entombed wizard that we don't care about. Alright, up we go. So if you didn't know the way through Amber Temple, here it is. After they changed it, you go down there to get Yantar. And then to get Marak, you walk through here, you get attacked by flame skulls. Then you step on this teleporter. And, you know, eventually he'll die. He's got a decent amount of health. And then you get Eterna. Actually, wait, this might only work if you have a greater restoration, and I don't think I picked up scrolls for it. So we're about to find out. I mean, I guess I can just kill the Lich instead, but... Death Slide.
The decrepit Lich turns toward you.
Oh yeah, it's in here, but you have to kill him for it.
He wonders aloud.
And now we just get to shoot through his health pool, which is, again, not terribly impressive. The real important thing for fighting things like liches is they have paralyzing touch, so you really, really need freedom of action. Or freedom of movement, or whatever exactly it is called. There we go. We get Marvelous. And yes, I am aware that is not actually what it is called. Do we have enough search for this one? We do not. Wait. How about now? Nope, still not. Alright, backtracking it is. Off we go. So we gotta go in the front entrance. Which is, again, not too difficult. Just a quick side trip. Oh look, the symbol.
The symbol of Ravenkind. Surely it will be useful in the struggle against Strahd.
And yes, that was 30,000.
This is the sarcophagus of Zudun that Casimir was searching for. You call out to him, and moments later... Where'd you go? Come on. Stop being bats. There we go. 5 minutes. Very clean. It would have been way faster if we had search. But we didn't. And we made it work. So now we move on to the last part of the chain. Part 3, as it's usually referred to. If you're not familiar with Ravenloft and finding groups for it, basically each quest hub is treated as a separate part of it. So part 1 is from the inn in Barovia, part 2 is from the Blue Water Inn, and part 3 is from Van Richten's Tower. And you have to do all of it to flag for the Strahd raid. You can't red door either. Van Richten's Tower. You have to actually complete the quests in order to flag for the Strahd raid. Wizard of Wines. There we go. So even when we hit cap, we might just finish out the chain just for flagging. Because we'll only have, like, 2 quests left, I want to say. Never mind. This might get us cap anyway. All on its own. But, you know, we'll see how it goes. We can, of course, level to cap just as soon as we are able, and then come back to run the quests when we are significantly more powerful. So, you know what I was saying about those other quests earlier, that it's like, it's easy to avoid dungeon alert because... Oh, never mind. We got Monstrous Plant Exterminator in our monster manual, and that was enough to tick us over to level cap. So we'll finish this quest up, and then we will go and level. So, but what was I saying? Oh yes, I had talked about that other quest. It's like, it's fairly easy to not get dungeon alert in here because it's because of the small pack sizes. It is just the opposite in Wizard of Wines. Because the pack sizes are large, it is very easy to pull dungeon alert. Also, that lag spike hurt me a lot. Alright. This looks hitting harder. But it is fine. We will overcome. Or maybe we won't. If we eat a knockdown here, we don't overcome, we just die. Blights are serious business. As are light bearer champions. Now, obviously, we could sit down and meditate to heal, but it doesn't heal for very much. So, it's like, meh. By the way, this is a terrible idea if you're anything like but Tabaxi Trailblazer. Because, actually no, you can get weapon damage immunity from, I want to say Legendary Dreadnought, actually, which I'm in. But yeah, don't try that on Heroic. Unless you're Tabaxi Trailblazer, so you have, you know, your weapon damage immunity. Oh no, we're gonna die. Actually, it's quite possible that we do die here. Because we had a dot on us, and now they're gonna hit us, and we die. But there's a res shrine right there. This is what happens when you pull extra guys. Sometimes, when you're careless, you get punished for it. Sometimes you don't. So we'll heal up a little bit. How much does this heal me now, since I have better healing amp? Ooh, it only ticks for 80 something. It's okay. It's something to do while we wait for our other thing to come off cooldown. Of course, we don't need to wait the whole time either. Because we can just Dimension Door out of here. And we want to do that. And recast this buff. And just walking through the Dimension Door heals us anyway, so we didn't really need to sit there and heal at all, because we had doors to walk through. I keep forgetting that I can just heal myself by walking through doors.
The Martikov family makes its home in this part of the wild.
Okay, not in here. Not in here. Go. Oh, we're still at green dungeon alert, which is annoying. The good news is that it kind of went away because of the bleed. Which is something that you might not have even noticed here as I'm clearing things, but not only is there a ton of upfront damage from Quick Cutter, but it also leaves behind a very powerful bleed. Now, most of the time, stuff dies from the upfront damage, so you don't really notice the bleed. But in cases like that, where I left and stuff was still around and alive, well, guess what? The bleed finishes it off. So where were we? Oh yes, we're gonna go kill this person.
The druid prepares to attack. Why do you insist on
Unfortunately, because as I mentioned earlier when we were figuring out our gear, we skimped out on our plus to hit. We're gonna be getting a lot of glancing blows. Or grazes. Let's see, we're grazing on a 4. Trip is not great. But fortunately, it doesn't really matter that much. The other reason the trip was not great was that we were poisoned. Ooh, we got an autos and we got a sentience toolkit. Very nice. Alright, now we're going to go take our levels and then we'll come back to finish up for flagging. We will probably not switch gear because I don't want to do full Tetris. I can at least switch trinkets because I don't care about my my extra XP anymore. So we'll just swap to the legendary bloodstone to get all of my basic attack stuff in. Alright, but first, take me to this one, and from there we can say, alright, exit to Evening Star. And from Evening Star, well, there's a Fate Spinner here. So we can just level up. And then grab that trinket out of the bank and get back to it with, 20-something extra to hit. And that's excluding all the extra stuff we'll get from our epic Destiny points that we're going to spend. Now, hopefully I don't mess up my feats. Next epic level. Let's see. No, maybe to blinding speed. No, maybe to defensive tumble. Maybe to epic damage reduction. Not paranoid, not trick shot or ruin, not watchful eye. Do I want defensive tumble? I think we're just going to take epic damage reduction. Or blinding speed. You know what? We're going to be lazy and say, I don't want to have to worry about haste in my gear Tetris. That's what we're going to do. I mean, it would obviously be better to just take the physical damage reduction, but I'm going to be lazy. Alright, legendary feats. Arborea? Like, normally I take Ethereal, because lesser displacement and the sneak dice and the range power and stuff is nice. But maybe I should do Arborea this time. Like, it's more melee power. It's still an imbue die, which is okay. We'll take it. Probably not ideal. Oh, you know what? There is one that gets extra benefits when centered that I forgot about. It's like Shadowfell. You get like extra dodge, extra double strike, and all that. That was probably the best option there. Okay, what do we care about here? We can get wind through the trees, which is nice. We can get deific warding, which is nice. We can get... Where's the law one? Alright, so these don't matter. Legendary aim is only ranged, right? Yeah. Legendary toughness is probably not it. We can take embodiment of law. A little bit of resist, a little bit of imbue dice. Like, that's decent. Deific warding is nice, though, too. As is Crush Weakness and Wind Through Trees. Like, we don't want First Blood. We don't want Holy Strike, because there is an Epic Destiny that you get extra bonuses for having Holy Strike. I do not remember which one it is. So I think we're just going to take a little bit of defenses with deific warding. Because my imbue doesn't really do that much. And we're melee. Shirati? Shirati gets the ghost touch benefits? Well, we're definitely not in Shirati. Strength. Alright, now what do we want? Now we can get defensive tumble or epic damage reduction. What are there any other options that we can grab? We can't get epic toughness because we never took normal toughness. We don't want inspiring bond or any of the master feats. Paranoid trick. Yeah, we'll take defensive tumble. Sure, why not? Alright. Do we care about Tactician? No. Guardian Angel. No. We can get another Pierce thing. We could get First Blood, but we're not going to be in Shadow Dancer, so it doesn't really matter. Crush Weakness or Embodiment of Law are probably our best choices here. That or Titan's Blood. Like, Titan's Blood, you can get the legendary bonus to max hit points elsewhere, but I think I'm just going to take it for convenience. This is what happens when you're not planning to totally min-max a build at cap, is I could have probably chosen like 2 or 3 different things there and filled in what I'm getting from feats with gear if I wanted to really go through and make sure my gear were fully optimized. But because I'm not going to be doing that, I don't feel any pressure to actually do that. Alright, so we're going to accept that. We're going to reset the tree. And we're going to go into the monk one. Grandmaster Flowers. We get this. We get this for that. We get this. We get this. Adamantine. We'll grab this. We'll grab this. Lawful, I think. Yes. We'll grab this for Fire Stance. We'll grab... this for health. We'll get more stunning DCs, why not? We will grab light here. We'll take this. We'll take Fort Bypass, and then we have to choose between Sneak Damage, Seeker, and Saves. Alright, then we definitely want this for Magic Resist Cap, and now we have to drop out of stuff, which means I have to drop out of these. So we want everything here. Because this is a very, very hungry tree. Alright, so we're going to take Quick Cutter. We're going to take Boulder's Might. We're going to take the Cold Iron Bypass. We will take plus to hit and double strike. And we have 2 more points. Oh, right. Primal Scream. Oh, this is unfortunate. because this tree is so hungry, I can no longer get the heal on Scream, which is a problem, so I need to find 3 points somewhere. And I don't really want to drop any of this. We've got Crit Multiplier, we've got Everything is Nothing, we've got Split the Soul. We have 3 points here that we could get, but that loses Double Strike and Guard Breaking. I don't know if I don't remember exactly what Guard Breaking does, actually. Is it like a daze that causes Helpless? What is this? You gain dodge bypass. Okay, so that's not as important. So let's reset this one. It's a daze. Okay, yeah. So we reset this one. We go 3 here. And 1 there. And then we go this. This. We will take 2 there. And then health. 1 there. There. 1, 2, 3. 1. And then we get double strike. Oh, we definitely want that. And that means we can't get that. Alright, so I have 1 point left to put in something. Which I guess goes here for double strike. 2 double strike. That's a pretty good rate for 1 point. Okay. Turn our stance back on. Or our mantle back on, rather. Now we need to find places to put keybinds. Alright. Boulder's Might is already here. Dreadmantle's already out. Drifting Lotus. I need to find a place for that. Everything is Nothing. Comes over here. Split the Soul. Comes over here. Long cooldowns all the way to the right. Primal Scream is already there. Okay, so the only thing I need here is that. Oh, and we get to go here and change this tree. Reset this tree. Here. We actually don't care about this attack. Because we're capped without the insight bonus to dodge, so we don't actually care. We'll take double strike. And we'll take the strike through. And thus, what is this? Yeah. Socials. We don't care about socials. Take that. We will take the 20 physical resist. We will take quick strike. We'll take the jade. We'll take Hands of Healing. And do we want to get the Fists of Light? I don't know. Let's see if I can afford it compared to other stuff. So we can get Smite Tainted Creature, which is... I already didn't have it on my bars, so we don't care. We can get Fist of Iron here, because we don't have it. I don't know. It is one of the things that I was working into rotation when I had, like, all the things to do. So we can do that, and then... is this 1 or 2? It only costs 1. I'll say it's more valuable to have than 5% strike through. Then we'll get this fist. What does this do? That's probably worth it. And then we get Tomb of Jade. Okay. Alright, now time to put all these back on bars. Okay, so clear the mine, blah 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 blah. We'll put Fist of Light here. We'll take this over here as like a buff that I don't hit as often. Fist of Iron is single DPS, the other one does auto bluff and susceptible to sneak. Yeah, I don't have that many dice, so it's not that big a deal. We put our heal here, as expected. Where was I going to put Fist of Iron? We'll put it here for now, because we need to have it out somewhere. Haste Boost is here, Hands of Healing, Fist of Light... Yeah, we pulled both of those out. Incinerating Wave is out. Jade Strike goes here, that's where it was before. Quick Strike goes here, that's where it was before. Tomb of Jade goes here. Alright, so I need to find space for Fists of Iron and Drifting Lotus. What is this? It's fire vulnerability. Do I care that much? I mean, I have been using it on, like, red names to give them the vulnerability, but I don't know if I care that much. We're going to take this off of the bars. We'll put this over there. I just don't know if I'm going to use Drifting Lotus is the thing. Like, I got it because, like, an AoE stun is super good. But my save on it, my DC on it is actually really low. What is the DC calculated off of? Stun DC is 20 plus highest ability score plus stunning bonuses. So it doesn't have character level in there. So, yeah. It's only a 57 versus Fortitude, which is not good. Then again, we don't have our gear yet. I'm sure we could get, excuse me, more stunning if we needed it. Trinket. Show me level 30 and up, please. There we go. We want our legendary Bloodstone, please. Because that will take care of our Seeker, Deception, Accuracy, and Deadly. And we can work out the rest of this some other time, but not right now. So, excellent. We don't need this anymore. Well, it's still got, like, the Deception stuff on it, but we have better goggles anyway. We have the Berserker goggles. Relentless Fury, Blood Rage, Ghostly, and, you know, artifact bonus to dodge. There we go. Very nice. Ah, and one last thing before we finish off Ravenloft. Just a little bit more of these. So, right now we have okay gear. Well, I take that back. We have mediocre gear. And the reason I say we have mediocre gear is we don't have sentience in our weapon at all. And there's a lot of power in sentient weapons. So not having it means, yeah, we don't even have, like, okay gear. Okay, so now that we're back, we want to go to Yester Hill. Have sentience in minor artifact. I am not wearing a minor artifact. That is a good point. I took off my minor artifact because that was what I had in my trinket slot. So, the answer is no. No, I'm not wearing a minor artifact at all. That is an excellent point. So, I have no filigree on.
A chill wind blows
That said,
down the slope as you approach
I
the
don't think it's going to hold us back too much.
Luminous clouds gather high above. A strange rhythmic chant can be heard in the distance. Dances amongst the cairnstones, ringing the hill with an eerie light.
But as I said, we're just going through this on R1 to finish our flagging. I'm not too concerned. Oh yeah, like, I'm giving up, what, 60 melee power? Or something like that? Probably more.
Between some of the nearby stones flickers and dies.
If you did level 10, yeah. I was already not having difficulty, and now I have slightly better gear. You know, I might not miss the heal too much on the shout because that's 1400. And okay, I think that was skewed. I think the first one was counted as in combat and the second one was counted as out of combat, which really makes it not a fair comparison at all.
Falls, a gap opens in the lightning-ringed stones. The chanting grows louder as you approach the crest of the hill. A wave of dread washes over you as you enter the circle of stones.
Alright, I don't think I can burst him fully, but we'll see.
A statue you recognize as Strahd. The Archdruid shouts, "Do not let them disrupt our ritual! Attack!"
Do. Hitting all the buttons. All the buttons. Yep. Even with no sentience, we can in fact burst him out through the healing of the ads. Heck, we even managed to land a Tomb of Jade.
You examine the statue and find a hollowed-out cavity in the chest. A glowing green gem rests inside. You've stopped the druid's
Okay, so
and recovered the magic gem.
Basically, the monk heal is about a third of the Primal Scream heal, at about a third of the cooldown. It has a little bit longer animation, which makes it more annoying to use, like mid-combat. And of course, mid-combat, you want a bigger burst heal anyway, so you don't lose DPS time. But, you know, for touching up between packs, just popping it for, what was that, 800 to 900? That's a lot of healing. And it's AoE, so it heals your party too. Now we get to go to the Ruins of Barras. Now the funny thing here is, I'm not going to be able to get my buff up from Everything is Nothing, because it's still on cooldown. Because, of course it is. Why wouldn't it be? We just used it on the last fight, and we got here in faster than, 3 minutes.
You are now able to enter the ruined village of Barras. The last scarecrow crumbled, and the magic of the nearby ward is
disrupted. A section of mist fades.
Oh,
allowing
we're
you to
lagging.
explore
We're lagging a lot.
With the magic of the ward gone, the nearby mists part. Faint calling can be heard in the distance
There we go.
to the west. A piece of parchment catches your eye in the ruins to the southwest.
Alright, so we got a lot of dudes here. Unfortunately, this is a fun one. Doesn't it persist? I thought the buff went away once you left the dungeon, because almost all buffs do. But it might be one of the weird ones that doesn't.
Flies off. The ward's magic fades, allowing you to explore further into the
It's alright though. Even if it didn't. We took care of it now.
Flapping wings and frantic calls can be heard from the ruined building to the northwest.
Yeah. So, no filigree, no problem. The rest of our gear is good enough to carry us.
The raven caws and thanks as it flies away. With the ward disabled, the mists part, revealing the ruins of a mansion.
Oh, that's a lot of, No, I should probably not let this Fear Reaper stack things up, huh? Alright, and I think there's, yeah, I was like, I was pretty sure I had one still stuck in a house somewhere.
Can be heard from a large clearing past the ruins of the mansion. The ward is dispelled and the nearby mists
And he explodes.
subside. You can now make out a large area of open swampland to the southwest. Perhaps Baba Lasaga's hut can be found there.
Yeah, the
Loud
crits are
calls
big.
Can be heard from both the southwest and the south. A raven calls loudly, as if it's trying to get your attention. Several skeletons guard the area. The creature drops a small
go.
key, giving the grateful raven flies off.
So,
Far off
even
in
if
the
we hadn't
distance,
changed
one of the
any
wards
gear, or
protecting
even
Baba
spent
Lasaga's
any of
hut
our points,
fades.
we're still looking at another, what is it?
What must be Baba Lasaga's
Like,
but the magic mists that swirl around
6 melee power per level, and we took 5 levels, so 30 extra melee power just from the act of leveling, even before we spend points or anything like that.
A metallic click can be heard from the raven's cage as the creature. You've deactivated a ward
So,
from Baba Lasaga's hut to the east.
yeah, what are we at as far as like melee power and stuff are concerned? 271. 271 without filigree.
Hut have all been removed. The incisive mists lift around and beyond.
So, you know, we could be doing a bit better if we did things like actually used filigree.
A rank smell fills your nostrils as you enter the surprisingly spacious hut. A caged
And we have to
raven
wait for
makes
the
a
knockdown to
commotion
be over,
northeast
because this
corner.
quest is annoying at the
As
end.
The raven flies toward the exit. It says,
Take the gem from the chest and flee. This hut is more dangerous than it appears.
a deep groan reverberates from the floor as the gem is removed. Then a hunched figure suddenly appears in the room.
There we go. And it looks like an ad started on Twitch just in time for us to be running between quests, so people don't miss anything. It's always nice when that works out on its own without me having to finagle things. Alright, does the emptiness buff persist? We will find out in a moment. It does persist. Go figure. That's good to know. Does this have a target limit on it? It's like 6, right? Yeah, up to 6 nearby non-boss enemies. Unfortunately, it's only a 66 DC on it, so it's not super powerful for me because I'm not in like actual good endgame gear. I haven't stacked a bunch of stats. For example, as I mentioned, no filigree, so that's at least -4 strength just from the raid combo. Like, I've only got, what, 60, 70 strength? Yeah, 65.
Perched on a snowy hillside.
At long last, your journey has brought you here.
Okay, where's our stuff?
And madness, a place of sun and shadow. Seek delight where the abbot hoards his most precious treasures.
Okay,
the sun
he's not here.
100 afternoons, sealed in bottles and aged into liquid hope. A blessing lies
Yeah, that's
here.
her riddle here for "it's in the wine cellar" is not very subtle. Now, it's a shame that they really nerfed this defense buff a while back. This used to be like back when I didn't know as much about what I was doing. Like, I could run this quest like at least 2 skulls higher than others just because you get the defense buff and it was just that strong. But that's not the case anymore. Now it's just kind of a nice to have little bonus. It is no longer super overpowered.
Otto unlocks the door with the key.
Door open. See Abbot now.
You are greeted by a
Scroll
handsome
rack.
figure who moves with the grace of a saint.
Welcome, stranger.
Alright, we got our sun sword.
A refuge of warmth and light in a cold, dark world.
Says the abbot.
Got our defensive buffs.
Please explore the grounds.
We are good to go.
Let me know what
Of course, we will have to kill a bunch of these things just to keep Dungeon Alert down. Possibly. We'll see if it pops up at us or not.
The legends say it blazed with a blinding light, but this is just a lifeless hilt. Perhaps Irina knows how to make it shine again. A strange figure stands in one corner of the room.
If we can, like, get past stuff so that between when it spawns and when it aggroes we're already gone, it'll be super effective.
Strange whoops and unnerving screams echoing from the corridor. Echoes shuffle down the corridor, while strange cries come from behind closed doors. Strange creatures burst from behind the doors, shrieking madly.
Gotta kill that one.
Food so hungry.
Okay, they're not coming out. That's Famine Reaper. Oh, are there more in there? Come on. You can do it. There we go. There we go. We turn some to Jade. We trip some. We just straight up kill a bunch. It's very nice. There we go. Now we get 1 lever. And we get a bunch of shadows that spawn. We kill 6 of them. Right, 1 crest. 2 crests. We'll just stop here to kill things. Fortunately, as you can see, I'm not feeling particularly threatened by these things. Now, the claws, on the other hand, claws for some reason just hit ridiculously hard. Fortunately, they're not hitting us ridiculously hard at the moment, and I have no idea how I ran completely through that door. But it did work, so maybe that's worth looking into at some point if I want to maybe speed run this or something. There we go. Just a little touch-up heal in between fights. Never hurt anyone. Alright. We are doing well.
A small, tranquil pool. You open the gate and let Irina into the shrine. There you are. This seems so familiar, but I'm sure I've never been.
Yeah, I don't even know what strength artifact I would use. Like, I have the Raging Strength Cloak, but I'm not on a Raging build because, you know, centered. And I guess I could craft a Dino Bone ring or something, but I don't think I have one that's strength already. And I don't run Dread enough to have just a bunch of spare mats lying around, which is unfortunate.
The sun sword remains inert. There is no sound.
We will have Split the Soul available to us, which is nice.
Suddenly, an image appears in the sparkling waters of the pool. A handsome youth with a kind and noble visage. The sadness in his eyes turns to sudden joy. Tatiana, it has been so long. Come, my love, let us be together at last.
The first two are cheap, I suppose.
Irina gasps. Sergei, my beloved. Oh,
so, let's see. The first two are, of course, the stat, and on a weapon it would be the damage proc, but on a ring it would be one of the base stats, I think. Like accuracy could be on there or something, or assassination, or, you know, that sort of stat.
For a moment, all is quiet. Then a peal of thunder shakes the land, and a deep, dark voice from beyond the mountains cries out,
"She is mine!"
A dark figure appears near the shrine.
She's escaped. To where I cannot follow. Enter. Make you suffer for that.
Strahd winces as he enters the pool. Part of his brace's
It's funny that with the target limit at this difficulty, that everything is nothing is actually weaker than like my normal melee AoEs. Or like Quick Cutter will kill everything around me. Everything is nothing is only going to kill 6 of them. Or Deception? Deception's good.
A mad abyss. This is a waste of my time. You are trapped here, just as I am.
Alright, so yeah, not bad for not having sentience at all. And hey, something to, you know, consume for sentience XP.
Despair at being left behind in this dreary, defeated land. Then,
alright,
without
so we got that done in 6.5 minutes with no sentience, no lesser artifact, only 65 main stat, but you know, it's only R1.
This is the weapon that could slay Strahd.
And it's older content, of course. This was it when the level cap was 30, and now that we're at 34, we are significantly stronger. But now we get to go turn in this saga, and because we're not running multiple epic lives, that means that we are not going to take the XP. We're probably going to take cards, actually. But we will find out in a minute. Yes, we're going to turn in this. Thank you. Yeah, we'll just take the legendary victory. We don't need it, but we'll take it anyway. Okay, we got this. Epic. Okay, let's just double check that I have all of these. Okay, balance. Yes, we have a tome for balance. Hide, repair, and search. Hide. Yes. Repair. No. Search. Yes. So I could take cards, or I could get +2 to repair. I think we're just going to take the cards. I really don't care that much about +2 repair, even if it is permanent for all time on all characters. The Vecna artifact boots are nice artifacts and 4 slot. Are they though? Like, I think I have all of them because they dropped like crazy. Show me boots. Oh, feet. Show me feet. Now I'm truly a man on the internet. Alright. Devouring Way. Let's see. Constitution, Charisma, Wisdom, Intelligence, and Dex. I have everything except Strength. Everything except Strength. Lovely. I mean, obviously I could do Dino Bone boots, but, you know, I've got good stuff for my boot slot if I want it. Like, I've got the Absorption with Constitution slotted in it. All that good stuff. But yeah, if we want to look at just the available artifacts that we have that are 30 and up, we've got Dino Bone, and we have the boots. We've got boots from Dread. Well, no, not Dread. As you said, boots from Vecna. And that's it. I have not gotten any of the artifacts from Myth Draenor. And I'm missing the strength boots from Vecna. But if we want to go down to, let's see, what are they? Mostly 28 to 29? Let's see. Bright Gaze is Charisma. We don't care about that one. Which of these artifacts would we use? Explore the Depths is not good. Sigil is not good. Not good. I mean, I could do the wrist one here. Quality, accuracy, and deadly. And it's got strength on it. It's not the worst. I would have to feed it, but that's not that big a deal. Artifacts are pretty cheap to level up. It's not ideal, though. It might be the best I've got, though, outside of, like, a Prince's Gauntlet. What's the key? Key is Intelligence. This is Wisdom? Insightful Intelligence. My bad. Wisdom is obviously not the worst, although this is obviously a caster thing. Grass Admiral is a hat with Strength, but I don't know. Like, the Saltmarsh stuff has never really been super compelling. And I have better stuff in my hat slot. Sigil is Dex. Gloryborn is not a thing. Constitution, hands, we don't want that. Kraken is also Charisma? Yeah, also Charisma. I mean, we do have the cloak here as well. That's got Seeker and Armor Piercing and Strength on it. But, let's see. I already... Assuming that I'm wearing this trinket, this covers Seeker, Deception, Accuracy, Deadly. So... And this covers Armor Bypass. So this would give me, you know, the 4 Strength, obviously, because we already have 10 Strength here. So we get 4 Strength and... Quality Seeker and 2 Armor Piercing. Also, of course, we get 3 slots for Filigree, which is the main benefit. Magmatic Grasp, that, Stolen Signet. Yeah, another Strength Cloak. This one is actually leveled, which is the difference. This one is leveled and has stuff in it. The other one rolled with a Reaper bonus. That's why I have 2. Because I haven't, like, taken the stuff out of this one. And yeah. So basically, if I were to grab an existing artifact that I had now, I think I would go for the wrists. And go for this one. Which is, you know, not amazing. Like, quality, accuracy, and deadly is nice, but it's not anything groundbreaking. And it's not going to be anywhere near as good as if I crafted a Dread one. Actually, you know what? I keep saying, like, I don't think I have materials. How about we go to the Isle of Dread and see if we actually do have materials? Like, I don't think I do, but I could be wrong. There's too many crafting systems for me to actually keep track of. Let's go to the harbor. Off we go. Trying to figure out what the heck our gear is going to look like. The other possibility is, of course, we ignore what our gear is going to look like entirely. Say, this was a great fast leveling build, but we're not going to stay at cap. And just reincarnate really quickly. Like, that's also an option. Oh, we haven't done the pre-quest. But this is easy. If you didn't know this, it's time to learn. So, if you're ever, like, join a group for Dread, and, like, they're ahead of you, so you're like, oh, darn, I need to flag to get to the island, because you don't have, like, the teleport item from one of the more expensive expansion packs. You just enter this quest, and instead of talking to Foxpaw, you run right over here, and you leave. And you don't do the quest at all. You just don't do the quest, and then you're on the Isle of Dread. It's that easy. So, it's really good for, like, catching up with groups that are halfway through when you're leveling. Oh, I need to grab a thing out of the bank, I think, in order to use it in the crafting thing. Let's grab a set of Danabo bracers. Sure, why not? There we go. Hello, Dinobone Crafting. Oh, right. These are augments, so it doesn't actually matter. Like, I don't need to be carrying the thing with me. I can just craft the augments if I wanted to. Alright, so we want a scale slot. For accessory. That is weapon. Weapon. Accessory. Okay. It does need to just be scale and then, like, look at them. Alright, now we're at our accessories. Okay, so where is the breakpoint where it changes? Alright, iridescent scale is weapon. Alright, so then we go on. Okay. 25 of each. Alright, I've got plenty of the first two, not as much of the last one. Which is ankylosaur ribs. And pterodon vertebrae. Okay, so that would be 25 of each for strength. And then the next slot is Fang. Clear. And then we get Heal Amp, Repair Amp, Negative Amp, Accuracy, Damage, Deception Seeker. And then we get Crit Damages. And what else? Oh, Armor. I was like, wait a second. Profane bonus to sneak damage. Okay, yeah, this is if you have raid armor, what you can do to it. Interesting. Okay, so we can get spell crit damage, or we can get healing amp, basic attack stats, and that's it, really. And because I have all my basic attack stats, and I've got heal amp, this isn't really that useful. So let's say we, like, leave Fang empty. Then we get Claw. Alright, so this is weapon, 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 weapon. Okay, here we go. Oh, wait, no. No, that's still weapon. Here we go. Alright, so then we get physical resist, magical resist. Again, those are plus 33. I have plus 32 to both from an augment. So, it's like, it's not worth spending money on. Or crafting mats on. Spell pen, stunning. Could put stunning on one. I do want stunning. Stunning, trip maybe, thunder, assassinate, and then we have more spell crit damage. Okay, so this is defensive stats, tactics, or spell crit damage. And then the last slot is, of course, the horn. Which, I don't need DCs. I don't need wizardry. I don't need armor piercing. Like, 21. I've got like 22 already. Relentless Fury. I already have it. Enhanced Ghostly. I don't know if I have it or not. Resistance. Pretty sure I've got that too. Yeah, like, this would be good to, like, fill in if I knew my exact Tetris. But because I don't, this is a lot of, like, stuff I already have. Like, Sacred and Profane DCs can be hard to slot sometimes, but as melee, like, armor piercing? Armor piercing's on, like, everything. Like, I've got 20 armor piercing on this old thing from Sharn. And you're going to tell me I need to craft this to get 21? Really? So, yeah, like, the only thing I would put on it would probably be, like, just the strength. Which means I want to check my bank, because I might have already put strength on a ring for a past build. And if that's the case, we might just do that. Dino, all slots. Alright. Nothing. Empty, empty. Empty. Empty? Empty. Mythic, but empty. Necklace, empty. Ring. Intelligence. And profane DCs. Belt, empty. Since many of them are part of those. Yeah, I mean, I guess if I were gonna have 5-piece dread, but so much of this is easier from lunar augments now is the thing. But yeah. Well, actually, let's check this. You got much on the high-end stuff in here that's just floating around? I don't think so, but... like, this has profane combat mastery on it. And crippling. Like... combat mastery is so weird, because it's not, you know, to your trip DCs and stunning DCs and whatnot. It is specifically to specific attacks, which is weird, because it means it doesn't help, like, anything I'm doing. Let's take this up to 31, actually, so we get rid of the older stuff. Do we care about this? No. 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 Lots of no here. The other thing is, I don't think I have stuff for my other strength parts, because I've so rarely played strength builds. Like, one reason that I'm only at, like, well, 61 strength out of Reaper is I don't have, like, a bunch of quality or insightful strength gear, I don't think. So, even if I swap this for strength 14, it's like, okay, now I'm at 69 strength in Reaper. Well, okay, a lot of that goes up if, you know, we put in the Sucker Punch raid filigrees and all that. Like, that makes it go up a lot. But, yeah. My answer here might simply be, it's like, you know what? It's a great leveling build, and we're going to leave it as a leveling build. But I do kind of want to at least try some stuff with it. Which means... brand, not band. Okay. Let's level this thing a little. I've got a bunch of random crap in my inventory that I've been wanting to feed to something anyway. Where is it? There it is. Okay, where's all the crap that I wanted to feed to stuff anyway? Blade of the High Priestess. Yeah, I don't care. Blessed Longsword of the Fallen Age. No. I'm not keeping around a bunch of level 13 weapons. Weapon Master Dagger. Like, Weapon Master weapons are great and all, but on the other hand, no. Freezing Longsword. Again, I'm not holding on to a bunch of level 13 weapons. Comma of the Fallen Age also goes away. Morning Lord's Great Crossbow goes away. Morning Lord's Light Pick. Hey, this is stuff that actually gives decent sentience XP. The only reason I'm looking at them at all is in case they have like a Reaper bonus on them. Rumbling Thunder. I've already got one. Templar's Justice. Already got them. Okay, what do we have here? Yeah, I've already got those. Don't need another one. Madstone Skull. Hey, no. Shield of Morning? Also no. This thing? No. Wildwood Vest. Yeah, I've already got a bunch of these things. Alright, moving on. Darkstorm Helm. Useless. Epic Hellfire Cloak. Also useless. It's like 44 to all resists. If anyone in party dropped into the tank tree, you have 35 just from them buffing, and they don't stack. Right, that goes away. I already have one of these. This will keep. Oh, I can swap this in for, like, my strength item if I wanted, like, insightful strength, whatever it is. Maybe get a Vecna 3-piece? Maybe. Because it's got 7 Insightful Double Strike, which is nice. Insightful Deadly doesn't mean anything because it doesn't stack with Trance, so there's that. But Burn Scar Stash, these used to be amazing because they stacked with everything, and then they said, you know what? If one item is always the best every time, that's kind of dumb, so we're gonna make that not do that anymore. Which, you know, fair. Oh wait, that does it. It only gets up to 3 slots. Feywild Cloak of Summer? You know, I specifically farmed for that for a while, and I did not get it. It was very annoying. But yeah, Cloak of Summer would work pretty well for me. And then I could use some random other thing. If I didn't want to, like, keep my part of the family, I could do the, do the what? Like the Prince's Gauntlets, or something like that. Because then that gets to like, well, okay, then what artifact do I use? And the answer is I don't know. I'd have to actually look this up, like sort through stuff by like, go to the wiki, go to like, alright, show me quality strength items, and then I'll see which there are and which I have, and if there's any I want to farm for and stuff like that. But so... the Four Rats quest in Sheldon. Ah, in Sheldon. Excellent. Been looking for a Sheldon quest. But the... Yes, I'm aware you meant Wayloon. I'm just giving you crap. So, if we look into our augment bags... Oh, by the way, I owe you one of these, because you, like, gave me 2 and I already had one. So, I owe you one of these back. But yeah, we could put these in. I don't know. I don't even remember what else I would do. Like, strength has got the good ones. Because you get Sucker Punch and 1 against many. So if we pull these out, like, that's a lot right there. There's Beast's Mantle? Is that useful? No. Spines? Spine's a good one? Eh, not really. Sanctified Fervor could be, but not on this build. Ultimate Fury is not useful. Like, it seems like it would be, but it just really isn't. It's like 1 strength versus like 5 melee power. It's not a contest. What did that just do? I double-clicked on them and it made like an equipping noise. Where did it go? Like, I'm not wearing anything that could accept it. Alright, so we have 1 against many strength. That's like extra tripping. 1 against many. Yeah, it's not worth getting more than what we get through the raid filigree. Shattered Device has strength, but like, +3 attack and damage and then double strike is nice if we wanted to go 3-piece that. I could have sworn there was a second set of strength filigree. Alright, let's look it up. No, not. It's just Sucker Punch 1 against many. Unfortunate. Still, there's a lot of room for just cramming in as many 2-piece melee powers as possible. Like, okay, so we'll take what, Sanctified Fervor? Oh, that's Healing Amp. We need 3 pieces for melee power. Right. What are the cheap melee power sets? Let's scroll here a minute. No. That Enlightened Step requires 3 pieces. Long Shadow is only 2. Long Shadow, we could hit 2-piece Long Shadow. We could get 2-piece 1 against many we have from the raid ones. And then we can get... Alright, again, Sucker Punch, that's an easy one. And then... there's Treachery. Treachery is always nice, because Treachery has melee power filigree as well, so those are really good. And then we get... And then we get to the newer ones, because I'm pretty sure Dreadnought has 5 melee power and it's 2-piece. Sanctified Fervor's on 3. We already looked at Shattered Device. And... where are the others? Yeah, oh sorry, not Dreadnought, Dreadbringer. Yeah, that starts off with melee and range power, and then fort bypass, and then more melee range power. Yeah, if you do 4-piece, that's 15 power and 10 fort bypass. It's pretty solid. But yeah, that's where the end of the easy 2-pieces go. So, yeah, like we could bump up our melee power a bunch and get some more strength, and obviously we'd slot in one of the treachery threat reductions. But, yeah. Excuse me. Actually, you know what? Just as an experiment, for our last run of the night, we're going to go to Wayloon, and we're going to see if, still without sentience, we can do R1 there. Because R1 there is a little different than R1 Ravenloft. So, we'll run our happy little ass over this way. Alright, now I just need to remember how to do that particular quest, since I think I've only done that quest like once or maybe twice. Wait, is this the one where you have to... Alright, Rats in a Cage, Wizard's Labyrinth, Knife's Edge, Darkness and Light. Which one is it? Rats in a Cage? Let's see. Oh, there it is. A guard is built. Rats in a cage. Yeah, strength, quality strength, ram's might. I don't know if that actually works with this, because this says spells cast on you are doubled. I don't know if that works if it's from an item. But you know, we'll go into Rats in a Cage, even though I've only done it like once. And we're going to see how badly that goes for us. What was our last one? Ah, yes, that.
Your were-rat ally has found a way into the underground arenas run by
This is the one where you have to, like, avoid the...
special talisman that allows you to transform into a rat.
Okay.
Needed. Sneak inside and defeat the Night Brigade's battlemaster. The talisman shines brilliantly for a moment.
Okay,
And you
so...
transform into a rat. A wary panther stalks these halls, searching for prey.
Alright, so these are
Best
places to
avoid
hide.
confrontation, as you cannot fight in this form. This crowd of people makes an ideal hiding spot for a small creature. Being a rat has its advantages.
Okay, it's this way, right? Okay. I think I've done this quest once, maybe twice before.
Once more, and you revert back to your normal form.
My UMD is pretty bad. Yeah, I don't have the skills to do that. Unfortunate, but that is how it is. Oh, well, I was worried about it being harder, but so far, I was overly concerned. Then again, the first fight of the dungeon is probably not the best thing to gauge myself against.
Can they survive against the Night Brigade's hand-raised reptilian terrors? Let's find out.
Come on out. Alright, so these things do hit a little harder than the other stuff. So I probably should have actually, like, hit some sort of cooldown.
The challengers win, earning them the chance to move on to the second arena. Was this victory true skill or dumb luck? Only time will tell.
Yes, yes. At least we can easily heal up.
Let's all welcome the newcomers to the second arena. Their opponents this time are straight from the snowy peaks of the Stormhorns. A band of fierce
Alright,
and
come on down.
May the most fighters win.
This is a real, like, you're locked in here with me kind of moment. It's just like, we're gonna drop down right on top of you. Yeah, let's see how that goes for you, buddy.
Unbelievable! The warband has been defeated. There will be a brief pause to give the newcomers a chance to rest and wash the blood off their blades. But the question remains, do they have what it takes to make it all the way? Night Brigade lackeys guard the door leading further into the cave.
Okay, this stuff is hitting a little harder. Of course. I could be trying a little harder too. I don't even know if I'm heading the right way. Like, this could be a complete side section. Well, it said go to your resting room, and this is like the next section off of the resting room. Welcome needs more chai. We have gone a bunch of levels today. And now we're going to see about getting ourselves a belt. And also just seeing if we can do this quest without having any sentience in anything. And no minor artifacts. And no filigree at all, really. Because I don't have a lot of strength. Like, just stuff on hand. Huh, a lever.
The reigning champion's final arena, a massive cloud giant, has just defeated a displacer beast. A trapdoor opens, swallowing the corpse of the defeated. The cloud giant then turns to attack, resemblance to his fate.
Okay. Trying to actually use as many of our abilities as possible, because why wouldn't we? It's a big red name dude. I should probably use this. So I can get my buff going. Yep. Got to get all of our buffs and debuffs going. Well, I did check the wiki before I came in here, and it is in this quest. Because you named a quest that doesn't exist. Oh, that's pretty quick, actually. I think when I did it before, I ended up wandering around like there's a long side passage or something. Nope. Nothing. Alright, now that I know the route, let's see how fast we can do that. Rats in a cage. The Rats Quests pack. Yeah. The rats, the rats. We are the rats. Do that, do that, do that.
Your
Alright.
rare rat ally has found a way into the underground arenas run by the Night Brigade. You've been given a special talisman that allows you to transform
Alright,
into
so
a rat when needed.
we just have to kind of wait for the DM to finish talking here.
Battlemaster. The talisman shines brilliantly for a moment.
Then we go this way.
You transform into a rat. A wary panther stalks these halls, searching
Alright,
for prey.
so we cannot use our dash in this form, which is fine.
Fight in this form. This crowd of people makes an ideal hiding spot
Okay,
for a small
so
creature.
apparently they just don't see you when you walk near them.
Advantages. The rat talisman shines once more, and you revert back to your normal form.
Alright, let me open this.
Magical voice booms from all around. The challengers for our first bout have entered the arena. Can they survive against the Night Brigade's
Okay.
hand-raised reptilian terrors? Let's find out.
Get turned to Jade, loser.
The magical voice
Excellent.
calls out once more. The challengers win, earning them the chance to move on to the second arena. Was this victory true skill or dumb luck? Only time will tell. Let's all welcome the newcomers to the second arena. Their opponents this time are straight from the snowy peaks of the Stormhorns. A band of fierce and deadly orcs.
Oh look, everything is nothing. And they're dead.
Win. Unbelievable! The warband has been defeated. There will be a brief pause. to
This
give the newcomers a
voiceover
chance to
sounds
test their
entirely
skills.
unconvinced. Unbelievable! They have been defeated!
It takes to make it all the way. Night Brigade lackeys guard the door leading further into the cave system. So far, you've proved their value. Now, it's time for them.
Oh, knockdown, that's not good. That's alright, we can heal. In fact, we have a couple different ways to heal. I am surprised that worked. I did not think I would manage to pull that lever without them hitting me.
The reigning champion of the final arena.
There we go.
Corpse of the defeated. The cloud giant then turns to attack, designed to escape. In the arena, only 15 or dead.
I should probably take care of that caster who's behind me, just like casting spells at me this whole time. Like that would be the prudent thing to do as my health drops lower. Yeah, that one over there. Who's just being very rude this whole time. Excuse you. I am trying to fight important people, and you are not important people. So they're just gonna have to die. And then I'll go back to fighting the people who matter in this town.
You've defeated the Battle Master and destroyed her arenas. Now that you've revived the Night Brigade of their best trained fighters, it should be easier to bring the gang to their knees.
Alright, how long did that take? 4.5 minutes. Nope. No luck. Oh well. That'll do it for that tonight. Let us see what is going on tonight. Who do we have available to raid? Unfortunately, I do not have a similar feature unlocked. Much like controlling ads on YouTube, it does not let me do anything like that. So, we're gonna throw to anyone in particular tonight? We've got one guy who is, his stream tagged is English 3 times. I think that bodes poorly. Let's see. You know what? I think most people have actually left. Yes. Yes, we had people earlier, but Twitch is now telling me there are 2 people here. So I think we are going to not bother raiding this evening, but for everyone who is here, and just like Twitch isn't showing me you're here, or if you're watching on YouTube or anything like that, thank you for being here, spending time with me tonight. I am aware that there's a world of content out there on the internet, and you have chosen to spend your evening with me. And I appreciate that. So if you've liked the streams, this is where we do the awkward thing, like, comment, follow, subscribe, you know where all the buttons are on whatever platform you're on. You know how they work. Everyone knows how this works already. It's just people always say it because it works to remind people that it exists. So it's one of those weird things like clickbait titles. Why do people do it? Because it works. Welcome to Cap. If you do see it, you'll see me soon. You very well might. I'll figure out whether I'm at Cap at some point. But yes, again, thank you very much, everyone who has been here and spending time with me. The next scheduled stream will be on Thursday, and we should be on DDO again. We might be figuring out gearing. We might be trying to farm for some gear pieces we want, if we did figure out gearing. Or we might have reincarnated and be on a new iconic class doing something. I don't know. But with that all said, I appreciate all of you for being here. So once again, thank you.